Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the August 27th City Council Successor Agency meeting, beginning at 7:05.
Might need a little gavel.
We do have a quorum. If I could get a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson. Here. Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with justice for all. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. The public comment time frame for tonight, in anticipation of many comments on many different items, will be 3 minutes per speaker tonight. At this time, we will turn it to Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are on this, sorry. A little mixed up today. At this time, the public present in the chambers is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda, items listed under presentations, informational reports, or items that are on the consent calendar, and requests for future agenda items and requests. Comments for the meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when that item is called. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted when the timer expires. And we did receive some general written public comment for this as shown on the screen, and they've also been posted on the city's website. The first speaker is Masood Hashim, followed by Melissa Van Rooten.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi, entire team.
If you could put the microphone up.
Yeah.
There, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and entire councilor. So I live on Torrey Pines Drive, and I have my son. He's in a high school, Heritage High School, and my daughter, she's in a Adams Middle School. Besides, they cannot walk to the house from the school or walk to the school. Also, I have a concern regarding the cows that damage my property. And luckily, I have everything on the video. If you want me to provide that, I'll more than happy to do that. And I don't know what action should I take, or what action the city will take, or I don't know. That's all my comment was.
Thank you. Could we have staff get his information and contact him with, okay, thank you. We will have staff contact with you and work with this. Thanks.
The next speaker is Melissa, followed by Jim.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. I just want to take a quick minute. I don't have anything in front of me. I won't keep you long. I am heavily concerned with the prevalence that I have been seeing more and more of people running red lights in Brentwood. I am out and about all the time, and at least twice a day, I'll be sitting at a stoplight and I will see people, my light will have turned green, and there will still be people who are coming through the intersection on their red light. It is an issue. It causes accidents on the regular. I know this for a fact because I covered many of them for the newspaper. I don't know, obviously I know that we can't have an officer sitting at every intersection that has a light in this city, but something has to be done. People are being injured, people are being killed. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Jim Howard, followed by Clifton.
How's it going? My name's Jim Howard. I'm the street supervisor for the city of Brentwood. I came here from the city of Pleasanton with 14 years of experience. I came to work for the city of Brentwood 20 years ago. I came here for a few reasons. One, I lived here and I appreciated not having to do the commute. I love the small town feel and wanted to be part of a city that had room for growth. I knew people that worked here and they all bragged on how it was such a great city to work for. Even though I took a significant cut in pay to come here, I couldn't agree more. It was a great city to work for. I will be retiring this April. My plan was to continue working here for at least another year. Things have changed a lot in the last couple of years. Y rating and low cost of living are being offered a cost of living that is less than what the city annually budgets for. Good employees are leaving to other less desirable cities. People are retiring early to flee the mess that is being presented. The employees, along with myself, feel undervalued. We are being made to feel as if we are just a number and are easily replaced. We are being made to feel that if we are not happy with the city's new financial plan, that we can find new employment elsewhere. We've been told that we should trust council with their budget plan. It's hard to have that trust when we did the legwork to do a cost analysis, and then it was thrown out, and a new one was presented to us. One that cuts costs at the expense of our employees. It's hard to have that trust when you see Costco under construction, Lazy Dog coming, Dutch Brothers, 216 permits are projected this year. Car washes and gas stations are being built on every corner. Downtown is booming. We're hiring a DEI person for $137,000 a year. We threw $50,000 of general fund at an event this year. We're no longer better in Brentwood. We once stood by this here. We all believed in this. I don't think we do anymore. What you're offering is killing morale. And this will spiral. It'll be a spiraling effect on production and attitudes. This is when a city begins to fall apart from the inside. We are on the path to be no better than Antioch, Pittsburgh, and Stockton, who, by the way, are all receiving a decent cost of living increase. Stockton also received.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Clifton. Followed by Yildiz.
So I don't think that was for me. I live in Deer Ridge. If you allow animals to be used for weed abatement, then it will result in animal waste accumulating on the former Deer Ridge Golf Course, which is in a residential neighborhood. Cattle are carriers of pathogenic bacteria, but they are asymptomatic, which means that they don't get sick. This bacteria is shed by their feces, cattle poop. Insects, birds, and ground animals, such as squirrels, can transfer this bacteria far and wide, allowing it to spread to nearby creeks, to domesticated pets and people. Why should a simple request for weed abatement to the World Business Academy or Sean McCauley have to result in the appearance of livestock in a residential neighborhood? Why is the city of Brentwood allowing World Business Academy and Sean McCauley to get away with this? Does Sean McCauley not own a lawnmower or a weed whacker? The city ordinance should require weed abatement be accomplished with mowing equipment, not unspecified animals.
The next speaker is Yildiz, followed by Nabella.
Good evening, council members and the city staff. Unfortunately, our neighborhood is not important to the city of the Brentwood. because they allow livestock such as cows, goats, and sheep to our backyards. We pay high taxes to the city of Brentwood. We want the city to hear us, treat us with respect, and to be fair to us. If the cattle or any other livestock issue continues, this will negatively impact our home values and our community. The following items are some of the issues that Deer Ridge has been facing and will continue to face if the city keeps allowing the livestock at our backyard. Bringing livestock, cattle, goats, sheep, etc., is diminishing our property values. Cattle feces are attracting flies, rats, and birds, which will spread diseases. Cattle feces should be removed immediately. It creates health hazard and eyesores. Our students are facing difficulty attending school due to fences. No fences at Torrey Pines and Mountain View. The city of Brentwood's intention is for us to accept cattle and other livestock in our neighborhood. We are the resident left at the mercy of the cattle and their owner. It seems the former DR golf course become a playground for Mr. Macaulay. He can do whatever he wants. The posting and signs of cattle grazing on the fences at the Deer Ridge should be removed immediately. Those kinds of signs affect negatively our home values. It is not appropriate in the residential neighborhood. We did not buy our house in farmland or ranchland. DR is not farmland. Broken fences by cattle this year and goats last year should be paid by the owner of the land. For past 2 years, our peace has been disturbed by the presence of livestock. The open space should be cut with lawn mower, not by cattle. From the recent city post, it seems the city is still trying to choose the livestock for weed abatement at the former Deer Ridge golf course. This is not acceptable. The city is ignoring the residents of Deer Ridge. Is the city trying to please the local business owner or really caring about the residents facing these issues which affect their well-being and their daily life? We shouldn't be coming here in the first place. Unfortunately, the city allows the problem to happen. The city only time to do something when we storm the city hall. Why? Earlier, we sent several letters, but none of them get attention. Why do residents have to go through these unpleasant, unfair experiences? Please, the city manager, ask these questions to yourself. At the end, we left with the field of the cattle poop. It is unhealthy and disgusting. I wonder how many of you like to have a poop field next to your fence. Please, the city council staff, stop this nonsense now. Everyone is being
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Nabella, followed by Jaylene.
Before we have the next speaker come up, could we have staff address the concerns and some of the steps that we've already taken as a council regarding the concerns on the cattle?
Certainly. Good evening, council. The cattle have been removed from the Deer Ridge area specifically. I'm not familiar with the signage question, so I would be happy to reach out, or if you wanted to email me what the signage issue is, I can follow up on that. The city council will be considering a revision to the weed abatement ordinance sometime this winter, which will be available for public comment and participation. And if I can reach out to you, we can also make you aware of when those hearing dates are. And the council will be considering that with some modifications and updates to that ordinance and the policies that are contained within it.
Thank you. Mr. Fagerquist, we'll have council, we'll have staff get in touch with you with that. Okay, Mr. Fagerquist, we will address that. Your concerns have been noted, and I appreciate it. So thank you. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I want to thank you so much, everybody, for quickly taking a quick action on the removing the cattles. I haven't seen them. After 3 days of the last meeting, I did see them, but then after that, they disappeared. So I truly want to thank you all for your hard work and making this happen for us. But at the same time, the other issue is that the signs, yes, if you can please work on removing the signs, that would be tremendously helpful for us, the Deer Ridge residents. And then the other thing is that the rumor is that at least that as far as I know, that in the future, the cows will be back. I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, or some other kind of livestock will come back instead of like the actual mowing, mowing the lawn. That's not going to happen. So instead, cattle will be back again. I just want to make sure that this doesn't happen. I truly would appreciate if you can do something about this, that we will never have to face the cattle again. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker is Jaylene, followed by Rebecca.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I thought I was going to have 5 minutes, so I'll go ahead and cut some of this short. My name is Jaylene Walker. I'm here representing as a 10-year plus employee with the City of Brentwood, a citizen of Brentwood, one of your constituents, and the president of the Brentwood Employees Association Miscellaneous Office Division. It's 96 members, 41 of them who are also citizens. 2 weeks ago, and again tonight, you heard some of my colleagues speak about the concerns with the class and comp study and negotiations. These concerns are real, and they're affecting real people, us, our lives, our children. For those of you who don't know what a Y rate is, it freezes people's salaries, meaning they will not receive any increases in costs of living, and this is something you all approve. I find it hard to believe that knowing all of this and hearing us and seeing us week after week, that you guys are taking us seriously. We are the citizens, the employees, the ones who are here making everything you guys put out happen. We're doing that. We don't work for you. We work for the City of Brentwood and its citizens. You guys weren't elected to manage employees. You were elected to represent Brentwood, not the employees. All we're asking for is true and fair consideration. Our surrounding agencies and comparable cities have all received cost of living increases, yet the numbers we are using are from February. Why is that? In today's economy, I would like to know how all of you would support your families living and working in the City of Brentwood. It was better in Brentwood. Better in Brentwood was a thing. We were all proud to work here. We were all proud to move here. It is no longer that feeling. A few years ago, somebody said that any citizen who complains about anything deserves the attention of council. Well, here we are, one citizen, 41 citizens, 96 employees, plus all the ones in the other group, which I believe equal about 228, and you don't hear us. On top of all of this, the mandates for trainings, all sorts of trainings, federal, state mandates, even ones that aren't. You guys are forcing them upon us, yet how many of you have sat through them? City services are being shut down for us to attend this. Divisions are closing. People aren't there to answer phones. I sat through one of the trainings and it talked about good leadership, emotional intelligence, listening to your employees, listening to staff. Clearly, those are not qualities you all have. Some of you know it's wrong and still sit up there and say nothing.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Rebecca, followed by Greg.
Good evening, esteemed council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Rebecca Mares. I'm a police dispatcher with the City of Brentwood Police Department. I'm a little nervous. I've had the privilege of serving as an employee of the City of Brentwood for nearly 8 years this October. I made the decision to join Brentwood in 2016 from the City of Davis because at that time, Brentwood offered competitive benefits, pay, and valued their employees. However, as we stand today, that is no longer the case. Over the years, I've seen many dedicated colleagues come and go, and it has become increasingly evident that our staffing levels are a critical concern. These staffing shortages have led to employees becoming burdened with significant amounts of overtime, often with little notice. Our current staffing level is at a critical 66%. which affects not only our workload, but our ability to take time off. Time off is only possible if another dispatcher is willing to work it for you. Currently, we need to fill 4 positions to alleviate some of this burden, but filling these roles is just the beginning. Training new hires is a lengthy and demanding process that can take anywhere from 4 months to a year. During this time, the few remaining dispatchers must train these new colleagues while still covering overtime due to vacancies. The stress of this situation is considerable. I understand that financial resources are always a factor, but we cannot ignore the competitive compensation is crucial to attracting and retaining qualified employees. Brentwood's pay and benefits are currently among the lowest in Contra Costa compared to similar agencies. For example, dispatchers at San Leandro earn 17% more than we do. Contra Costa County Sheriff is 9.5% more. Martinez PD earns 12.89% more. Concord PD, 16.29% more. It's not, however, just about pay. It's about valuing the people who are committed to this community, who work tirelessly to ensure its safety and endure high levels of stress and exposure to trauma every day. I love my job. I love serving this community. I stay because of my seniority. I have family here. I'm committed to the city of Brentwood. And I'm committed to providing the excellent level of service that this community deserves, but we must ensure fair wages and adequate support for my current and future colleagues. I know I'm not alone in these sentiments. I am certain that employees across various departments, as you've heard this evening, are experiencing similar challenges and feelings of being undervalued. During the pandemic, we were asked for our patience and we gave it. We understood the need for low raises during the last contract negotiations. Now we ask for your understanding and support. We need to know that our value is recognized and our concerns are being addressed. We need to know that you see us. Thank you for your time and consideration. We all want to continue making Brentwood a better place, and that starts with supporting the dedicated employees who serve this community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Chapman, followed by Paula Chapman.
Good evening. Mayor Bryant, Vice Mayor Meyer, City Council members, and City Department Division managers. My name is Greg Chapman, and I've lived in Deer Ridge since 2006. I'm on what used to be the number 7 par 3 right by the oak tree that you can see as you pull in on Foothill. I first want to thank the council for removing the cattle. We certainly appreciate that. It's odd how they were there to begin with, but what's done is done. So the issues tonight that I want to address that we still have on the golf course property, as was mentioned prior, the manure. And when is it going to be removed? How is it going to be removed? And then the ground squirrels that have just taken over the course and my backyard. And then the tree litter. That's part of the weed abatement code that they need to take care of. The big oak tree that I mentioned earlier, what is it, 100 years old? It hasn't had any irrigation other than rain since the course closed in 2019. This last month, I believe, half of the tree just broke off. I think it's called hot weather limb syndrome or something like that. So that needs to be removed because now all those ground squirrels are simply nesting in there. It's just not a healthy environment, and we need to address this issue and have that course cleaned up. When it was a course, they used lawnmowers, large tractors, and I know they're available because as the fencing was being built, they were taking large tractors with the lawnmower attachments, and they went along all of our fences along the course. And then they also did some fire breaks on number 7, so I know it's possible. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe Suncoast, well, at one point they owned both courses. Now, I believe Suncoast still owns Shadow Lakes. I believe they partnered with the World Business Academy and donated Deer Ridge property to them. I don't know who is actually responsible for it. I assume it is the World Business Academy, but there's a connection with Sean McCauley because I believe it was his staff that's installing that fence. So is he leasing that land? Is he working in coordination with the World Business Association? I don't know. But I know it was his tractor that came and did the fire break. Oh, by the way, when it was a golf course, they used tractors all the time. They're available.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker is Paula Chapman, followed by Diva.
Good evening. I would like to thank the City Council for getting the cows removed from Deer Ridge. I have been a Deer Ridge resident since 2006, and our house is on the golf course on hole number 7. I would now like to know who is responsible for removing the hundreds of piles of unsightly manure from this cattle weed abatement venture. I walk outside to the backyard and see the manure-covered landscape, and it smells in the mornings. It is unsightly, and I don't know any other residential neighborhood that has to look at this type of blight. I also feel that this manure-covered landscape will lower our property values. And it seems that this cattle weed removal venture has now resulted in the abundance of field mice on our property. We have to set traps nightly. We have never seen field mice in the 5 years since the courts closed, nor in the 10 years plus before that. The field mice are now another rodent problem resulting from this cattle venture, and the manure needs to be removed. Regarding the article in the Brentwood Press dated August 23rd, the cattle were at the golf course because it was the most effective method of reducing the number of weeds for the scale and zoning of the golf course, according to Sean McCauley. In fact, the city manager, Tim Ogden, said the city did not even issue a permit for the cattle at Deer Ridge, but the city later justified using cattle for weed abatement is not expressly prohibited by the municipal code. Why didn't the city issue a permit in the first place, and who paid for all of the fencing? Sean McCauley also said that lawnmowers would have been impractical due to the height of the weeds, while larger equipment could not be used without agricultural rezoning. The golf course was zoned for larger equipment and tractors in the maintenance of the golf course. The growth of the weeds was a direct result from the years of neglect that the city did not hold the owners responsible for maintaining the property. The weeds are now gone on holes 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, where the cows were for 2.5 months, and will only grow back after the winter rain. So it shouldn't be a problem to keep them mowed instead of using cattle from this point forward as a means of weed abatement so close to our residential homes. In fact, the Brentwood Golf Course doesn't have a problem mowing their 9-hole closed golf course, and they don't use cows. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Diva, followed by Danny.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I am speaking on behalf of a member of the BMOD group. I want to start off by saying I love working and living in Brentwood. It has been my home since 2014 and my employer since 2016. It is a place I have loved raising my kids. With that said, it was said perfectly last council meeting when an Alameda County employee mentioned the dysfunction within the city. I would add the hypocrisy is becoming overwhelmingly frustrating. I see the belittling and the berating behavior some council members show to each other and to directors of the city. Yet customer service training is mandated for us employees. You mandate DEI training, a training that has become political ideology that creates more divide than inclusion. Then you hire a man who is ethically questionable based on past employment issues, yet you expect us to sit through these trainings while his personal and political opinions, not facts, are focused upon us. You created an equity analysis position, a position also recommended by Antioch City Council. The fact that Antioch City Council has recommended and embraced this position should be a red flag. We should not strive to align our values and services with those of Antioch City Council. They have been the subjects of several questionable policies and unethical behaviors. Our citizens deserve more and frankly expect more. You supporting these initiatives go to show how out of touch you are with the needs of Brentwood. its residents, and its employees. You approved compensation study budget with over $296,000. No other city can compare that is Brentwood stand out. Sorry. That is because all of us city employees that help Brentwood stand out and who have created the Brentwood way. Freezing salaries will only cause high turnover and create an environment where citizens will not get the level of service they have become accustomed to. My point for these examples is you are spending money frivolously and spending it for your own personal agendas and not for your constituents. All the while telling us that there is no money to provide us with a fair raise. As Sonia pointed out last council meeting, we were told during COVID to be supportive of the city and stand by through the uncertainty. That just shows how loyal we are and how much we do to care about this city. Do not take our cooperation and understanding as an invitation to abuse the power and authority you have. It is the employees who go above and beyond to provide the care and customer service our residents are entitled to. Do what is right and give your employees what we
The next speaker is Danny, followed by Paul.
All right. Thank you. And Margaret, like I said, I might get a little loud, so keep your hand on the mic. Before I begin, for those, I was listening to the Deer Ridge folks, and I know when I, as a homeowner, had a problem with my neighbor, I would submit a complaint. And I would continue to do that until the issue was resolved. Now, here's the thing, residents of Deer Ridge, the city has to address every complaint submitted. And so if I lived on hole 7 or hole 3, I probably wouldn't come down here. I would probably just submit a complaint to the city and have them figure out what to do with 100 individual complaints. Because I'm willing to bet the issues you're having now, you won't have. Like I said, that's what I would do. I would submit a complaint for the smell. I would, especially the smell, because my grandchild, if I thought he was going to get sick from odors, I would be submitting complaints every day. I wouldn't be here. Hint, hint, hint. And while there's such a crowd here, let's tell everyone on this side of the podium how we feel about Bridle Gate. Nobody? Oh my God. I was letting you guys eat up my time to scream and shout about how you feel about Bridle Gate. So, okay. God, what a tough crowd. All right. Well, I know people cringe when I talk about staff. All right. I wanted to talk about 3, but I don't have time, so I'll talk about 1. Eric. Eric needs to be removed from certain projects. 1 I'll address later. For now, I'll just explain why he needs to be removed. I've never been a fan of Eric. And when I say fan, I'm referring to the Kendrick Lamar definition of fan. He has demonstrated time and again that his recommendations are not in the best interest of our city. Orchard Park being one example. He has recommended that you approve a project that did not take excess traffic, neighbor concerns, or public safety into consideration, even when the facts were presented. He didn't just recommend it once, but at least 4 times. And it's even worse for the project that I will bring up later, where he's been involved for 18 years. On more than one occasion, there's been a bias towards certain developers. I know you see it. All of you see it. Address it. The man right there, complain to him, make him do.
The speaker's timer expired. The next speaker is Paul, followed by Braden.
Thank you. DEI and woke-driven policy is coming under intense scrutiny, especially as a viable alternative to merit-based equality. The DEI experiment is not working for business. According to Steve Forbes, the diversity goals are disappearing from corporate annual reports. UNC Chapel Hill is slashing $2.3 million in DEI funding. Florida banned the use of federal and state funds for DEI programs at state universities. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that DEI promotes discrimination over equality. Of course, all people should be encouraged and supported to reach their achievement level, but to insist on equal outcomes for humans is ludicrous. For example, there is no DEI in sports, where merit, performance, and drive override all other considerations. You don't have a 270-pound long-distance runner or sprinters. You don't have 5-foot-tall basketball or volleyball players. You don't have 6'11" gymnasts. You don't have, until recently, females competing against males. The transgender boxing finals at the Paris Olympics made a mockery of the sport. New Title IX rules which conflate gender and sex are being rightly challenged. The council should promote belonging, but when it comes to performance, merit, and ability, should be the sole determinant. DEI is slowly recognized as a failed social leveling experiment, and we should not be pursuing it. The new COVID drug is also in the news, with the drug industry-supported FDA approving the latest rollout. Now that censorship is being lifted, the truth about the dangerous and deadly drug is spreading, revealing startling statistics. Post-vaccination deaths of 37,000, 70,000 cases of permanent disabilities, 310,000 serious injuries and birth defects. Forensic Science International notes that 74% of COVID deaths were directly due to or significantly due to the COVID vaccinations. Pfizer made about $110 billion on the drug, but its stock is down 50% since the height of the pandemic. Is that motivation to roll out endless boosters? We have all needlessly suffered and should no longer mindlessly accept mandates or other coercion without independent and honest review. National Night Out earlier this month was on August 6th in my community. The recommended emergency evacuation goal kit includes 1 gallon of water per day per person, plus non-perishable food sufficient for 3 days. I hope the council and police chief took my preparedness comments to heart regarding possible widespread utility outages caused by the terrorist networks in our country. As a community, we need to be prepared to survive for weeks and months, as well as to defend our streets against anarchy. Our utility maintenance personnel are the best people to talk to about hardening our utilities and promoting our safety. Thank you.
The next speaker is Braden, followed by Abel.
Real quick, can I talk about item J1? Or do I have to wait for that? That's Margaret.
If you could wait until
I can
item
wait.
J.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait.
The next speaker is Abel.
Hello, I am employee number E003-. I've been a City of Brentwood employee for 23 plus years. I've lived in Brentwood for 98% of my life. My parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles all at some point worked on the farmlands of Brentwood. Some farmlands that are still out there and some that are now full of houses that many of you probably live in. I went through the Brentwood School District and graduated from Liberty Union High School. I grew up during the time where everyone knew everyone here. We looked after each other all the time. We had each other's backs. That was then, this is now. When I was 17, I could not wait to get out of Brentwood. That all changed when it was time to raise my first child, and it was then that I realized this was the place, Brentwood. Brentwood is where I wanted to raise my family. Brentwood was home. As a lifelong Brentwood citizen, we've had some great mayors, some great councils, also some not so great mayors and not so great city councils. Being a city employee wasn't on my career choice bingo card. I fell into it and I've loved it for the past 23 years of my life, until now. The City of Brentwood employees' overall morale is at an all-time low. I have never seen it this bad in the 23 plus years that I've been here, and it's pretty damn sad. We have been out of contract now since July. The labor negotiation process has been atrocious. We have been through some very difficult negotiations before, but never like this. even in 2008 when we left money on the table in real good faith so that employees would not get laid off, it wasn't this bad. The city of Brentwood has always been family. We have always been here for each other. We've always rallied around each other through times of adversity. We have lost beloved employees to heart attacks, to suicides, to illnesses, and every time that happened, we rallied around each other. We are family, and we want to keep it that way. At one point, many years ago, City Council and the mayor wanted Brentwood to be the jewel of the East Bay, to be the place that people wanted to live, and especially the place that people wanted to work. I would get calls from people all the time asking me to get them a job in Brentwood because they heard it was the place to be. Not anymore. People do not want to come here. We've lost many employees in the last few months, and more are on their way out. We sure have fallen on hard times, haven't we? This isn't the Brentwood that I fell in love with. Picture yourself in our position. Tens of thousands of dollars are spent on a compensation study, and upon completion of the compensation study, we get handed a piece of paper that shows that some of us are double digits underpaid. But instead of using the study gets ripped up and we're proposed a very single digit adjustment. How does that make any sense? And how many employees could potentially be, and now many employees can be potentially Y-rated. How does this happen? And we're supposed to be okay with that. Would you be happy with that? I understand that your position is very difficult, and taking care of your employees and retaining your employees is part of that responsibility to your city. Please do the right thing. Keep this family together. I don't want to be seen as an employee number E003-. I want to be seen as Ablard, as cross-connection control specialist for the City of Brentwood Public Works Department. Some of you may not be up there in a couple months, and this will be your legacy. Do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Violet, followed by Yelda. And those are the last two speaker cards I have.
Good evening, members of the City Council, fellow employees, and community members. I wanted to start by sharing that me and my fiance received our marriage license today. Instead of being out celebrating, I'm here. My name is Violeta Mendoza, and I am a proud community development technician here in our city. I stand before you today, not only as an employee, but also as a Brentwood resident. I would like to take this opportunity to address the ongoing labor negotiations and urge you to reconsider the current proposals being discussed. As city employees, we are the backbone of this community. We are the ones who respond to emergencies, process the permits necessary to maintain and expand our infrastructures, maintain our parks, and ensure that our streets are safe and clean. Those are only a few of our services to list. Our work is vital, and we take great pride in the services we provide. However, it is essential to recognize that our commitment to the city goes hand in hand with the need for fair compensation and respectful working conditions. Many of our employees are facing significant challenges, including stagnant wages, increased workloads, and rising cost of living. The cost of living continues to rise, and our current wages often do not reflect that reality. We are not just asking for a paycheck. We are asking for a fair chance to support our families and live with dignity in the community we serve. Failing to recognize these realities sends a message that their hard work and dedication are not valued. This can lead to decreased morale, higher turnover rates, and ultimately a decline in the quality of services we provide to our residents. In recent discussions, many of us have felt that our contributions have not been fully acknowledged. We believe that investing in us, city employees, is investing in the future of our community. When we are fairly compensated, we can provide better services, increase our morale, and ultimately contribute to a more vibrant and thriving city. I urge you to engage in our open dialogue with our labor representatives and truly listen to our concerns. Let us work together to find solutions that are fair and equitable, not just for the city's bottom line, but for the hardworking individuals who make this community what it is. That is all. Thank you.
The next speaker is Yelda, and that's the last speaker card I have.
Hello, I live in Deer Ridge. One day I got out to my backyard. All our fences were damaged. It was from the cows. They were poking their head and trying to eat our flowers and our greenery in our yard. For this reason, we do not want livestock in our backyard. It diminishes our value of the house, and our children have a hard time getting to school. Also, the postage and the signage on the fences for grazing, they need to be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one more speaker card. Cynthia?
Good evening. My name is Cynthia, and I'm a code enforcement officer here for the city of Brentwood. I've been with the city for almost 5 years. However, I am a lifelong Brentwood resident. I attended Guerin Elementary School, Edna Hill Middle School, and graduated Liberty in 2015. I love my coworkers. I love my department. I love my director. I love working for this city. I'm here to explain the frustration that's currently felt within many city employees. All related to current decisions that have been made. I come to work every day because I enjoy what I do. I work tirelessly to make sure that the citizens of Brentwood, my friends, my family, all have a quality of life. My family has been in Brentwood since the 70s, which I know for many is not a long time, but my dad came here straight from Mexico. This is where all of our family ended up. Currently, we're a department of 3 officers and 1 admin. Our longtime supervisor currently left, who had the most historical knowledge here within Brentwood. And while we're adjusting, it has been difficult at times. And I don't want to out everything, but I feel that if current decisions that hadn't been made were made, I think that she'd still be here. There's a lot of frustration that's happening within us. Currently, I oversee District 3, which is Deer Ridge area, and part of District 1. I work day in and day out to make sure that that area is maintained. I address every concern seriously as quickly as I can. I have spent hours and weeks and months in regards to weed abatement within that area. And it seems that as soon as one project is done again, I'm happy to address any concerns that are received. There's no thanks to any staff. It's here's the next project. What we're asking for is to feel supported, to feel that we're just, I don't want to use the term getting dumped on, but we want to feel that someone has our backs. With that, I thank you for your time, and I truly, truly hope that listening to us here with our families, all staff, I have my 2 young children here with me because I wanted to be here to make sure that our voices were all heard. So thank you for your time, and I hope that this all leaves an impact on you, how much we care for our city, and we want to be heard, and we want to be here. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards.
Thank you, and thank you all for speaking. At this time, we'll close public comments, and we will move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaison, and staff. I'll start with my left, Councilman Orlemans.
Sorry. Good evening. Thank you for all being here, and thank you for everyone who spoke. Since the last council meeting, I attended a Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for Balanced Wellness and Beauty, a memorial service for Bill Weber at the Veterans Hall. Bill was an amazing man and gave a lot of his time and his life to the Brentwood community. And listening to his family and friends celebrate his life was an amazing experience. Especially in a place that he truly loved, the Vets Hall. I attended the farmers market. I ended up at a retirement gathering for our traffic engineer, Steve Kursavan. Steve and I worked together for 10 years when I was an officer here, and the last 2 since I've been on council. It was great working with Steve, and I want to thank him for his service to the citizens of Brentwood. Chamber of Commerce mixer at Vibe Beauty, and I watched the Planning Commission meeting from July regarding Bridle Gate again.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And I'd also like to add my thanks for everyone who's still here for coming and speaking. I was laid low for a couple weeks, so I don't have much on my informational, but I did attend a virtual Community Day of Service Planning Committee meeting for our Community Day of Service in 2025. Watch the Land Use and Development meeting, and of course also rewatch Planning Commission meeting as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I also want to say thank you for coming. If you all don't know, I did work for the county, so I understand your position from both sides, from this side and from your side. So I do appreciate you for coming. As I was walking in, I said, I hope you guys keep showing up. I think it's important that you do. It's difficult to, to sit here, but I attended Latino Caucus Board meeting. I attended Land Use and Economic Development meeting. I also attended Bill Weber's memorial, and it was hard. Bill was a big, important part of this community. He was the commander at the VFW. And I am happy to say that him and his family are friends of mine, and he will be very, very missed. And he leaves a big void in our community. So that is it.
Councilmember Pearson.
So good afternoon, everyone. I attended Bill Weber's memorial, but I don't want to talk about, that was the most significant thing I did. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about what I did. I want to read a statement. As a council member, I want to take this opportunity to address an important matter. Due to the nature of ongoing negotiations, there are limitations on what I can discuss once I'm sitting on this dais. However, I want to use my informational time to respond to a question that many of you have asked us tonight. Can you see us? The answer is a resounding yes. I see and deeply appreciate the work each of you do for the city of Brentwood. Your dedication and your service are invaluable, and I want to express my sincerest gratitude to demonstrate this appreciation. I've signed on to ensure that we establish and uphold policies that protect your rights and foster equality and equity for both current and future employees. It is my sincere wish that we could join you when you have celebrations, such as your hard work, your appreciation, your retirements, and other milestones, but we are not invited. Thank you for your continued commitment to making Brentwood a great place for us to live and to work in, and we hope that we have a great resolution in the end. Thanks.
Since the last time we met, I attended the LifeScan, the RAN board, the Bill Weber's memorial service, and I met with the Tri-Delta directors regarding some concerns that they've got at a state level for funding. I have nothing further to report.
Can I ask for an update from staff on the Somerset Wall? I know you met with Somerset residents and they asked for an update at this meeting for the ones that weren't there.
Yeah, Bruce attended that meeting. So Bruce, if you could give a little update. Thanks.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I can provide an update. So I updated the council, I think, at our last city council meeting regarding this project. So since that time, I have had a meeting with the HOA. I invited the engineer that did the assessment on the wall, and he attended the meeting. What he did at the meeting was he gave a summary of the report that he did, and he also answered questions from the HOA board regarding the project and the assessment study itself. So it was I think it was a good meeting. Just an update on the project. At this particular time, we are continuing to look at the funding options for the project. Replacing the wall is over $2 million, depending on the replacement. And that's taking some time to go through. Once those options come together, we intend to bring this back to the city council for consideration. And once funding has been identified, then we will look to the city council for direction on how to move that forward.
Okay, thank you. The other update, can we have an update on what's going on with the fire station? I understand there's going to be a meeting. So where are we in the process of the fire station? Because I keep getting questions around that.
The county is working on finishing up the design and engineering for the fire station, and that will eventually be submitted fully to the city for consideration by the Planning Commission for design review. And I don't know what their timing is on construction, but that's the latest update. Unless it's already been submitted, I'm not sure. It has not been submitted, so we're still waiting on that full submittal package from the county.
Okay, so what's the purpose of the meeting that's going to happen if we're waiting on a package?
Which meeting is that?
My understanding there's a meeting this week with the city and the veterans and the county.
Councilmember Orlemans has called for a meeting between the county and the veterans to try to bridge some of the issues of misinformation and understanding between those two parties.
Okay, when is that?
Friday at noon.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go into the consent calendar, I'm going to move item J1 up. And I want to thank all of you that are here for whatever reason you're here. Has been said by many people tonight and council, and I believe this wholeheartedly. A city is only defined by its staff. You're who makes the city what it is. And we have one staff member who is one of the most magnificent representatives of what a person that serves the community should be. In every aspect of knowledge, professionalism, and customer service. I have worked all around the world and in many states in this country in different capacities. I have never met anyone as dedicated to excellence as Margaret Wimberly is. She is just awesome. And I don't think that word is quite enough to encompass everything that she does. So before I open public comments, I do have a presentation that I would like to make. So Margaret, if you could meet me at the podium.
Yeah, can y'all go?
Sure.
Yeah.
Look at that, you're so good, the battery's dead and suddenly it works. And I will be opening public comments for those that would like to speak regarding our magnificent city clerk. A proclamation, although those are wonderful, could never encompass how much this city appreciates everything that you have done and who you are. Anytime anyone has ever called me at any point before I was on council and in the 14 years that I have been, and I didn't know the answer and didn't know who to send them to, the one person that I would send them to is you. And you happen to just know everything. You're the only adult that kept what most teenagers have, and that is you knew everything as soon as you turned into a teenager, and you kept that. You genuinely do. And so on behalf of the City Council, in the city of Brentwood, it says the city of Brentwood recognizes and appreciates Margaret Wimberly for 23 years of dedicated service, 1997 to 2001 and 2005 to 2004. Hold on. It is my understanding that in the entire history from 1948 until now of the city of Brentwood, there have been 7 keys to the city issued. And if there has ever been someone that not only has the keys to our appreciation in our hearts, but the key of the city, though you may be just down the road, we want you to have access to the city just in case we need to make a phone call at crazy hours. I am so honored to have worked with you and admired who you are and what you represent. It is my great honor to offer you the key of the city. Council.
Thank you. Every member of the community that decides they want to throw their hat in the ring and consider being elected goes through you, or at least has for the past many, many years. I was one of those in 2020 for the first time, and I was scared to death. And I sat down with you in the conference room, and you made me so comfortable, and you made me feel okay, and you're not crazy, and and you made the whole entire thing a lot less stressful than it was. And from every day beyond that, any question I had as a candidate, any question I've had as a council member, you've been there. You're a warm and comforting spirit. And I honestly, I don't know what we're gonna do without you. You've kind of been like and I hate to say like the room mom of the city, but it's kind of like the room mom of the city. And I'm gonna miss you personally. I know we all are, and the residents are. I mean, you're kind and genuine and helpful, and you guide people when they're scared to come up and make comments. And I don't know how we'll ever replace you, but I also know we'll never forget you. So thank you.
So I go back before I was on council because I've always been the rebel rouser, and you have always been so kind. I appreciate you for everything you've done for me through the years, before I was on council and now after. You are our North Compass. Like when we're having a hard time, we turn around and we look at you. You're always the person like, we're like, yes, no, what do we do? So thank you for always being there. I will always cherish how kind you were to me in very difficult times. So thank you.
Horrible public speaker. I don't say much when I'm sitting up there. I won't say much here. I got the opportunity to thank you for many, many years of service to our city up in your office personally last week, and you'll mean the world to us forever. We love you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm the big crybaby of the group. Already started shedding tears for you. So I have to admit something in front of the police chief. As soon as I got the email that she was leaving, I actually called and threatened her. I told her I wanted to give her a hug and I wanted to punch her in the face. Because this is a huge loss for the city, and you will be missed. You were the first person I came into contact with, and I adore you, and you're just amazing, and you will be missed. And we got you a couple of gifts. And when you're gone, you're not forgotten. And I hope to keep in touch with you as much as I can because you are so amazing. But we got you some gifts as a council. One of those is this lovely plant that we have for you. And it says thank you. And we got you lunch for a couple of weeks. But my husband and I went on behalf of the council to a comic store, because if anyone knows Margaret, she loves Star Wars and comics. And the guy in the store said, she must be really hot because she must be a total nerd. She is. And we have this lunch pail that has the Infinity Gauntlets on it, and it has a little thermos in there. And hopefully you show up like the rock star you are with all the Infinity Stones, and we got your lunch for every single day at every little place that's out there. But we also got you some other nerd out stuff, and we just want to say, go nerd out and be fantastic on us as a council. We love you, we adore you, we appreciate you, and everything you've done for the city of Brentwood. Thank you so much. I love you. And I still want to punch you in the face and hug you.
Here is the velvet container. Yes, if we could get a photo.
Scrunch in, scrunch in.
Right here.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Thomas. There we go. Very good.
Are you sure you don't want to say something?
I didn't really prepare any written remarks, but it's been my absolute pleasure to serve this community. From the time I started way back in the 1900s. And work with such amazing coworkers, staff, and the executive team. Jen, who's here, a past coworker. We've had so many coworkers throughout the years. We have some that will never make it to retirement because they left us early. And they're constantly in my mind, and this has just been a true honor to serve this community and work with the electeds and my city manager, Tim. And just thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, we will move into the,
I think we had 2 public comments on that
oh,
item.
yes, oh, yes, I'm so sorry. And hands raised. So at this time, we will open public comments upon item J1.
Braden?
I have no idea how I'm going to follow that up, but I'm going to try. Margaret, from the bottom of my heart, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody, thank you for everything you've done for this city. Over 20 years. I'm not even over 20 years old yet, and here I am, right here front and center, thanking you for over 20 years of service. But really, everything you've done for every, council member, everybody that wants to be crazy and throw their hat in the rink and go into politics like I did. I still don't know why I did that, but you were there. You were so helpful, both you and Amanda. But everything I needed, you were there. Mayor Bryant was right. You just had the answers right away all the time. I wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. Enjoy this time with your family and friends. Time is precious, as we know. And yeah, God bless you and congratulations on retirement. I got your gift in the car. I didn't forget it. I gave you the card, but I forgot the gift. So thank you and good luck, Margaret.
Stacy?
Thank you. I just wanted to say a few words about Margaret. And I think I speak for a lot of people in this room when I say Margaret is very mindful. She's very demure. She's very cutesy. She's very demurtsy. She's very good leader. She's very good friend. She's very knowledgeable, very clerk. So congratulations, Margaret. That was like 100 points.
You won all the points. Sid.
Good evening. I'm Sid, and I've worked here at the city for 17 years, and all of those years with Margaret. And I've been here when your staff was twice the size it is now. You and I have seen a lot of changes here at the city, but the one thing that has remained constant is your care for your coworkers, your care for this council, your care for this city, your care for the family. And I'm so glad that even though I've bounced around in many different apartments here at the city, that I'm here to celebrate you as you're working your final days with us. So you're very loved and you will be missed.
Helen.
Wasn't planning to speak. I did not know until right now that Margaret was retiring, and I'm just kind of in a state of shock. But I want to thank you more than anything for Zoom meetings. Oh my God, she saved me. I'm so tech idiot, and you've been wonderful over the years, Margaret. I'm really sorry to see you go. Good luck to you.
Greg and then Danny.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Margaret, I called you today, as you know, and spoke, but a few other people in this room may have been around for 20 years like you and I have, and I don't know how many different city managers you had to train or how many city council people you had to train, but you've done a great job. And as the liaison for the press, you've always been fair and equitable, and it's been a pleasure working with you, and I just wish you the best of luck in your future. And thank you for all that you've done for the city of Brentwood. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Danny?
Good evening. As with the gentleman prior, I just found out you are leaving, so I want to apologize for every nastygram you ever had to funnel through to somebody else. Never directed at you. God in heaven, I hope not. And for your, for your assistance. Yeah, it's, trust me when I say she's talked me down a couple of ledges, so for that all by itself, and the fact that I'm actually able to come up here and say something positive, which is so rare, and I wanted to take advantage of that, so thank you. You got to give a brother a little bit more warning next time, because I would have brought something, but I want to thank you personally. And I don't know what comics you read. I'm a big fan of a couple. And so enjoy.
And I think that does it. Oh. We have some speakers on Zoom. Hold on. I'll call on Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. I am also taken by surprise. I don't recall getting a call from you saying that you could retire. I do not give you permission. We will see you at the next city council meeting. Just kidding. Your work is impeccable, and just like everyone else, you will be sorely missed. And not only that, but you got my name right. I mean, do you know how rare that is? With a name like Carolina Villaseca, nobody gets my name right, ever. So for that, I really appreciate you announcing my name right all the times that I call in. I appreciate your professionalism, your sunny demeanor, and yeah, nerds rule. So let's go. I hope you enjoy your retirement and you have lots of fun reading lots of comic books and watching Star Wars and all that fun stuff. Thank you for everything you've done for the city, Margaret, for all these years. Muchly, muchly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian. Ian, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Margaret?
Yes, go ahead.
This caught me by surprise, and I'm very sad to see you go. I'm very sad I did not get the opportunity to go in person since I'm now in university and very overwhelmed with work. But Margaret, you, as Stacy said, you're very demure. I could say that as the Gen Z TikTok addict here. But where everything Stacy said, I second. You, I looked at your LinkedIn and you left us for Tracy, but you came right back because you truly are a beacon of light here in the city of Brentwood. You've been here longer, or far longer than I've lived here, and honestly, longer than my house that I'm in right now has existed. But you've seen Brentwood grow. You've seen Brentwood probably triple the size it is now. And you always were a forward-thinking innovator with Zoom, handling the COVID-19 pandemic, handling everything. And I was hoping to one day throw my hat in the ring and be able to sit down with you, as the council members said, and see how amazing you are at breaking down some of the most complex topics in America is running for office, which I don't know how anyone that dais does it. It's crazy, but I'm sad I won't get the opportunity with you, but I know you're whoever replaces you. Well, no one can replace you, but whoever takes your seat, probably Amanda, will be able to help me. But again, Margaret, please enjoy retirement and don't be a stranger to Brentwood. I definitely want to see you write a book about the history of Brentwood from your perspective. Oh man, I didn't think I would get emotional, but this is sad. I do not know how it feels in the chamber right now. But enjoy your retirement, Margaret. You will truly be missed.
Thank you. And I have no additional hands raised.
This time we will close public comments. And we will move into consent calendars. I would like to pull item E3 and do have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar absent item E3.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, at this time, item E3 is a proclamation proclaiming September 24th as National Senior Center Month, and we do have a representative of our senior community. If you could meet me at the podium. I'm really thankful. Wow, this is a hot mic. Really thankful for our staff at the Senior Center, who has such a fun and enviable and difficult job all at the same time of making sure that the backbone of our community has their desires and information passed on to city staff, but also meets them at the point of their need and their fun. And so I'm thankful that you are here also. And I'm also thankful to present to the representative of the senior board. And I'm going to read the proclamation and then give you an opportunity to speak. Whereas older Americans are significant members of our society, investing their wisdom and experience to help enrich and better the lives of younger generations. Whereas the Brentwood Senior Activity Center has acted as a catalyst for mobilizing the creativity, energy, vitality, and commitment of the older residents of Brentwood. Whereas the wide array of services, programs, and activities senior centers empower older residents of Brentwood to contribute to their own health and well-being and the health and well-being of their fellow citizens of all ages. And whereas the Senior Activities Center in Brentwood affirms the dignity, self-worth, and independence of older persons by facilitating their decisions and actions, tapping their experiences, skills, and knowledge, and enabling their continued contributions to the community. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood call upon all residents to recognize the special contributions of the Senior Center participants and the special efforts of the staff and volunteers who work every day to enhance the well-being of the older residents of our community, and hereby proclaim September 2024 as National Senior Center Month. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members, and certainly the City Council as a whole. First, I want to thank you for this proclamation. It's something that obviously is we at the Senior Center take very seriously, and we hope that we do what we can for the seniors of Brentwood and continue to do that for generations to come. We also wanted to take a moment to thank our staff. Without them, we would be nowhere. We could do nothing, and they are invaluable to us, and we thank them every day, and we hope that they appreciate, they understand our appreciation and know how much we love them. Yes, please. But on behalf of the Brentwood Senior Center, I want to thank you for this proclamation, and certainly we will have it in a place of honor at the Senior Center. And we certainly invite all of our seniors to come and visit us at the Brentwood Senior Center. And I know that looking at different senior centers throughout different communities, I know that Brentwood kind of sets the standard. And we really take pride in that. And we are the place to come because Brentwood truly honors and reveres our seniors and knows that they are so important to this community. And we thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you. Would any of you like to say?
I would just like to thank our staff as well. I'm Lindsay Pinnell, supervisor of our senior recreation programs here in Brentwood, and I have Teresa and Eleonora here with me, are some of our front desk staff representing, and you guys are amazing, and thank you for everything. And again, we partner with the Brentwood Senior Club Board, and they help us program and bring many programs and services to the city, so we appreciate you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on, give it a big smile.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask that we advance G2 before item F1?
Yes, let's close out the consent calendar. With that, I move approval of item E3.
I second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We will move now item G2. This item is regarding the sale of the Successor agency-owned property located on the southeast corner of Oak Street and Walnut Boulevard. And Darren Gale, the Assistant Manager, will present. Darren.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and the City Council. It's a pleasure to be before you this evening to speak about the sale of a Successor agency-owned parcel. So first, a little bit about the Surplus Land Act. In 2020, this property, along with 13 other properties, were declared surplus by the City Council. The Surplus Land Act is a state law that the City and Council has to follow anytime we dispose of property, and we do that through coordination with the California Housing and Community Development, more commonly referred to as HCD. In addition to the Surplus Land Act, this is a successor agency-owned property, and so we must follow the California Redevelopment Dissolution law. The reason I mention that is tonight, this is a recommendation by the City Council. It will then go before what's called the County Oversight Board, and then that board would then forward it on to the State Department of Finance for final approval. Also, additionally, as part of the Surplus Land Act, there's a requirement that there's a state mandated affordable housing covenant that's recorded against the property, which talks about affordable housing if more than 10 residential units are developed on the site. And that's included as part of the, it's included as an attachment to the staff report. And I wanted to highlight it as it's required, as it's a requirement of state law through HCD. A little background on the property. The property is located on the corner of Oak Street and Walnut Boulevard. A little under 2 acres, 1.8. Redevelopment agencies were actually eliminated in 2012, and at that time, the state requested that local jurisdictions sell the properties as quickly as possible. So we're a little bit past that, but we're now going through the process of disposing of all former redevelopment agency parcels. The parcel is narrow and irregular shaped and provides little development opportunities on its own. And what's before us tonight is a buyer who also has the adjacent property under contract. And we followed City Council Administrative Policy number 10-20, which is how the city disposes of properties. The buyer, Hagerty Realty, they've made a full cash offer of $390,000. They are a local commercial real estate firm. They are proposing a commercial project. I guess to join in, you might say it's very demure, very mindful. And obviously yet we do not know what the project will look like, but the project will be required to follow the downtown specific plan and all the planning processes by the city. And as I mentioned, the adjacent property is controlled by the person that's requesting to purchase the property. Just one last thing. The purchase price of $390,000, the city only receives approximately 16 cents on the dollar as it relates to former redevelopment agency parcels. So in the staff report, when it mentions $60,000 in revenue, if residents were wondering, okay, if the purchase price is $390,000, why is the city only receiving $60,000? That is due to the rest of those monies are dispersed amongst the taxing agencies from the former redevelopment agencies. That money used to come to the city, and now it goes back to those groups. So at this time, I can answer any questions that the council might have, clarifying questions. And I know Matt, the buyer, is here tonight to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none, we move into, I will open the public comment period. Margaret?
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments for this item. I have no speaker cards for this item, and there's no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comments, move into council discussion.
And Mr. Mayor, before you go into that, I do want to mention that there was an updated purchase and sale agreement that was included and provided to the City Council. It's also online. It's in the back of the room. That there was no changes to the terms. We were just still working with the buyer and our legal counsel and his legal counsel to make a couple of minor changes. And so that has been provided to the city's council. And if the council approves this tonight, we'd ask that you include the updated purchase and sale agreement.
Okay. Any conversation regarding this item? Do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion. As set out in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the executive director or designee to execute an agreement with Hager Realty, the updated agreement, turn the page, or related entity for property on the corner of Oak and Walnut, and authorizing execution of other documents as necessary.
Okay, we have a first.
I'll second.
And a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? It is unanimous. Item moves. Thank you. At this time, we'll move back and move into public hearings. Item F1. This item is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny the Bridle Gate project, and Alexis Morris, Director of Community Development, will introduce the item. Alexis.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Before we get into the presentation tonight, I just wanted to introduce you to, in addition to city staff, we have a group of outside consultants here to assist with this item tonight. So we have Cindy Ganos, Rainey Planning and Management, who did the planning and CEQA document on this project. And on Zoom, we have Rod Stinson, also with Rainey Planning and Management, who managed the CEQA analysis. We have Ben Huey from Kimley Horn, Paul Ballard with Ballard Noise Consultants, and Karen Murphy, our outside legal counsel. So because we have a full house, so to speak, if you would like to direct your questions to Alan and I, or I would be happy to either answer them or direct them to the appropriate person to answer that particular question. With that, I'll turn it over to Cindy to give the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, before you tonight is an appeal hearing for the Bridle Gate project. The Planning Commission held a continued public hearing on July 16th, 2024, and voted unanimously to deny the project. On July 24th, the applicant filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. An appeal hearing is a de novo hearing before the City Council, which means that this hearing is as if the project is being heard for the first time. The Bridle Gate project includes 272 single-family detached residents, 2 parks, 25 acres of open space, and a 36.82 acre remainder parcel north of the future Sand Creek Road extension. The necessary entitlements include certification of the revised EIR, including adoption of findings of fact and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, a vesting tentative subdivision map, and design review. The project is located to the west of the Sand Creek Road and State Route 4 interchange. The general plan designates the site residential low density, which includes 1.1 to 5 units per gross acre, park, and permanent open space. The general commercial designation applies to the designated remainder portion of the site and is not proposed for development at this time. In 2006, the city reviewed and approved the first version of Bridle Gate. The map was never recorded and has since expired. The applicant submitted a revised project in 2020. However, that project was denied. In October 2021, the applicant submitted an SB 330 application, which included a vesting tentative subdivision map and design review. That application, which is before you tonight, included the preparation of a revised EIR. A public hearing before the Planning Commission was held on September 5th, 2023, and was continued to a future meeting to look at options for the intersection of San Jose and St. Regis Avenue. On July 16th, 2024, the Planning Commission held the continued public hearing of the project, at which the project was denied and the applicant has subsequently appealed. The current project includes 135.31 acres, of which 36.82 acres are the designated remainder to the north with no development proposed. Residential development is proposed on 67.96 acres located south of the Sand Creek Road extension. The map includes 272 single-family lots with a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet at a density of 4 units per acre. The map includes 2 parks totaling 8.49 acres with 4.35 of that as usable acres at a less than 3% slope. 25 acres are permanent open space. The project is utilizing sub-area C residential development standards of PD 36. This table outlines the proposed project's compliance with the sub-area C development standards, noting where staff has added conditions to ensure compliance, such as the 30-foot and 2-story maximum height, as well as conditions to ensure fencing complies with the standards of sub-area C and PD 36. The city-initiated capital project, which includes 2 lanes of Sand Creek Road, is currently under construction and estimated to be completed in September. A draft condition of approval on the tentative map requires the applicant to construct a traffic signal at Sand Creek Road and Bridle Gate Drive intersection, sidewalk, frontage, median island landscaping and irrigation, and a second eastbound travel lane along the Sand Creek project frontage. In addition, the project includes extension of San Jose Avenue consistent with the general plan. At the September 5th, 2023 Planning Commission hearing, they directed staff to work with the applicant on options to address concerns regarding traffic going south through the St. Regis and San Jose intersection. In consultation with staff, the applicant prepared a memo evaluating 5 options. All options, but for the last, include a 4-way stop at the intersection. Option 1 would prohibit eastbound right turns from the planned San Jose Avenue extension onto St. Regis. The option would also prohibit southbound through traffic from Chestnut Oak Drive to St. Regis Avenue. Like option 1, option 2 would prohibit eastbound right turn lanes from the planned San Jose Avenue extension onto St. Regis, as well as prohibit southbound through traffic from Chestnut Oak onto St. Regis. The difference is this option would also prohibit southbound left turns from Chestnut Oak to eastbound San Jose. Option 3 would restrict a 1-block section of San Jose Avenue extension to one-way westbound traffic flow and prohibits southbound left turns from Chestnut Oak to eastbound San Jose. Option 4 is a full or partial closure of Chestnut Oak Drive, and a figure was not prepared for this option by the applicant team. A partial closure would involve closing only the southbound direction of Chestnut Oak at San Jose. A full closure would involve closing both directions of Chestnut Oak Drive just north of San Jose Avenue. Option 4 is not consistent with the general plan. Option 5 would create a new right-in, right-out access only point onto Sand Creek Road between Bridle Gate Drive and the intersection with State Route 4 eastbound ramps. The figure for this option was also not prepared by the applicant. But this option would also not reduce traffic going south from the subdivision. Staff continues to recommend approval of the proposed project with full access. This is consistent with the general plan and enhances circulation for the entire area. If the City Council decides to approve an alternative to full access, staff would recommend option 2, which slightly reduces traffic from the project traveling south while still allowing residents from the south to travel north. Option 2 maintains bicycle and pedestrian connection and is consistent with the general plan. Option 2 also results in fewer enforcement challenges to the police department. The affordable housing ordinance that was in effect at the time the application was deemed complete is ordinance number 1014, and it required a total of 10% of the units to be affordable to various income categories as shown in the table here on this slide, including 3% very low, 4% low, and 3% moderate. Draft condition of approval has been included requiring the applicant to enter into the required affordable housing agreement with the city in compliance with the ordinance. The applicant submitted a master plotting plan along with the design review application. The plan shows one 3-story plan type on 2 lots of the subdivision, which is circled in red on this slide. A condition of approval has been included to eliminate the 3-story plan, as well as slightly reduce the height of plans 10 and 11 to not exceed the 30-foot height limit. The architecture includes 4 elevation styles: Tuscan, French cottage, Craftsman, and Bay Area modern. The proposed landscape plan shows the location of street trees as well as the proposed design of masonry walls. Sound walls are required along the Sand Creek Road extension as well as along State Route 4. The walls range in height from 8 to 12 feet depending upon the specific noise levels at each location. The walls are specifically called out in the map condition number 5. The condition also requires a minimum STC rating of 34 for windows that face these roadways. As noted previously, a revised EIR was prepared for the proposed project. It's worth noting that a revised EIR is not a CEQA term. The city called it revised to merely distinguish the EIR from the 2020 EIR that had the same name. The revised EIR is a standalone full EIR for the proposed project. The revised EIR concludes all impacts are reduced to a less than significant level with implementation of mitigation measures. The city released a notice of preparation for public review from December 29th, 2022 to January 30th, 2023, and held an NOP scoping meeting on January 17th, 2023. The draft revised EIR was available for public review and comment from May 26th to July 10th, 2023. And a final revised EIR was prepared to respond to all the comments and address changes in the project, and that was available for public review beginning on August 25th, 2023. The Planning Commission held a hearing on September 5th, and as we've discussed, continued the item to have staff work with the applicant on traffic options. The continued hearing occurred on July 16th, 2024, and the planning discussion discussed many topics, including the intersection options, the traffic study, parks, locations of affordable housing units, hillside preservation, noise, the EIR, landscaping and defensible space, and zoning standards. After deliberation, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to deny the proposed project and take no action on CEQA. The applicant filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. The City Council has a couple of options tonight. Should the council want to approve the project, council would approve the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission denial of the project and adopt the resolutions which are attachments 3 through 5 of your staff report. Should the council wish to deny the project, council would deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project. A draft resolution for denial is included as attachment 2 of the staff report. This resolution outlines the findings that are required to It outlines the findings but leaves the justification for the findings blank. Council should determine which of these findings cannot be made and then direct staff regarding the evidence to support the findings, and then staff would prepare the resolution and bring the final resolution back for council adoption. That completes the presentation, and I will turn it back over to Alexis.
Thank you. So as I said, we have our regular staff here in person and a number of people on Zoom, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any clarifying questions of staff at this time? Okay, seeing none. At this time, I will open the public hearing, and I'll turn to you, Margaret.
I believe we'd call on the applicant first for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Doug Chen, corporate engineer for the applicant, West Coast Home Builders. Just give you some more background. Some of you have seen this project several times now. We have gone back to City Council probably, this is probably the third time. The applicant has owned this parcel, Bridle Gate parcel, for over 30 years. And prior to this entitlement, the previous entitlement we're seeking the general plan amendment and rezone. We're no longer seeking that. We simply want to pursue a project that's consistent with the general plan build out. and that is within the density range of between 1.1 to 5 units per acre. What we have proposed currently is 272 single-family homes. That's about 4 dwelling units per acre. It's just slightly under the general plan maximum of 5. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan build-out, and it is the SB 330 project. We have our outside counsel here, Ryan Patterson, who can go into just very briefly the applicable housing laws to this project. As Cindy said, a project-specific EIR was done and determined that there are no significant and unavoidable impacts. In addition to that, because the project is consistent with the general plan, it is also the general plan build-out has already been analyzed by the EIR prepared for the general plan. At the Planning Commission meeting, there were a lot of discussions on transportation impact. I do want to point out that the CEQA transportation impact for this project was analyzed in accordance with not only the state law, but also the local rules, which is the method prescribed under, in the growth management plan. It's a mandate under Boulder-approved Measure J that was passed in 2004. So there's a procedure on how to do transportation impact. We followed that exactly. The project road network, again, this is a transportation-related question. We're consistent with the general plan build-out as far as the transportation network. As far as the project density, there's discussions about the project being too dense. Again, the general plan zone land use designation allows up to 5 units per acre. We're at 4. If we were to go to 5, the number of units would increase by 68 from 272 to 340. If we were to apply density bonus on top of that, we'll be 408. So we don't always pursue the maximum density. In this case, we are not. Other projects we have. That's all I have for now. I'm ready to answer your questions, but I do want to give Ryan a chance to go over some of the state laws just very briefly.
Thank you very much, Mayor Bryant, Vice Mayor Meyer, and council members. I'm Ryan Patterson of Patterson and O'Neill. Very happy to speak to you today and answer any questions you might have. This is obviously an important project for the community. It's received a lot of study over many years, and I'm sure there are questions remaining that we hope to answer today. On the issue of state law and how that works in the context of this project, I want to highlight a few laws. We discussed some of these in our letter that we submitted to the council. YIMBY Law, Yes in My Backyard, as well, submitted a letter which details some of these laws. But they're new, and they are somewhat confusing. And I'm sure your city attorney can advise you on these as well. But the general thrust is, in recent years, the state has enacted a number of statutes that seek to foster housing being created. They try to make it easier to delineate exactly what requirements apply, and where affordable housing is included, it makes it simpler for project developers to actually build that housing. So perhaps the most important of these laws is the Housing Accountability Act. It's Government Code 65589.5. And that says that if the project meets the applicable objective code standards, then the city needs to approve the project and cannot reduce its density. In this case, those standards are met. And again, the law focuses on objective standards rather than subjective standards, which is a big departure from how things used to work. Even if objective standards are not met, this project includes 5% of housing that is affordable to households of very low income. SB 330, which I know you're familiar with, also speaks to this issue, where 5% affordable for very low income is included in a project. The project qualifies for an unlimited number of waivers of development standards. And even though we believe that all of the development standards are in fact met for the project, the city would be precluded from applying any development standard that makes it impossible to build the project at the density proposed. So, for example, some have questioned whether a larger lot area should be required. That would be a development standard that cannot be applied to this project because of that 5% very low income housing. And that comes from Government Code 65915. The Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, has been very clear about the meaning of that statute. Even if there were some way to redesign the project so that it could be reconfigured or squished or reduced density, that's not how the statute works. This is one where the applicant applies for a particular project, and those waivers are used to make that particular project work. Lastly, SB 330. I think the most important effect of SB 330 is to lock in the applicable standards that existed at the time the preliminary application was filed. That goes back a little ways for this project, so it's not possible to apply new standards that would reach a different outcome on the project. In part, that's to make it possible for developers to design a project that meets the community's own adopted standards without having the rug pulled out from underneath or things changing along the way, so that they can no longer provide what the community has instructed the developer to provide. Happy to answer any questions about that. Also happy to address any of the more engineering topics. Some of those I'll defer to Doug. Traffic, ridge lines, those are, the ridge lines in particular, is an example of a standard that is not an objective applicable standard. But even if it were, it is met in this project. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the applicant at this time? Mr. Chen, I do have a question that you may be able to answer. Should council move to approve this, do you have is there a time frame that you're looking at beginning this work? Is this something that it's not uncommon for developers to get entitlements and then move that project on? What, if you would or can you tell us what the intention is?
We have already started engineering work to widen Sand Creek Road and started grading design as we speak, and anticipating, hoping for approval. But there's just a lot of upfront work that we need to do to even prepare to go into construction. It's probably more than about a year and a half worth of engineering work that we need to do. So one of the major tasks that we have is to widen Sand Creek Road, and that's we already have the consultant selected and started doing the preliminary analysis on that.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Okay. All right.
Seeing that there are no further questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if we might, just before we move on, just a point of clarification. So the applicant's council discussed the application of the state density bonus law to this project, which I will confess comes as a surprise because it is not until today that staff has been advised that the applicant is seeking to make 5% of its units affordable to very low income families and thereby qualify for the state density bonus and its waivers and concessions that were mentioned. The Brentwood Municipal Code Section 17.720.040C specifically requires that any developer wishing to avail themselves of the density bonus standards file an application specifically noting that, quote, concurrently with the filing of the planning application for the first discretionary or ministerial permit required for the housing development. So that is a very new issue that has just been brought up tonight, and I wanted to bring that to the City Council's attention. That standard was not addressed in the Planning Commission staff reports of September 5th, 2023, July 16th, 2024, or your staff report tonight because the applicant has not formally applied for that consideration. So just before we move forward, I didn't want there to be confusion on that score.
Thank you. At this time, I need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
We still need general public
I'm sorry, we
comment.
do have comments. I'm sorry. Thank you.
At this time, the public present in the chambers and on Zoom are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. And we did receive written public comments as shown on the screen, and those have been posted on the city council agenda's webpage. I have 7 speaker cards in person. I'll call on Ken Irvin. Followed by Danny.
Good evening, City Council and staff. As a resident of St. Regis Avenue, there are many times during the day now where we can't even get out of our neighborhood because high school traffic, elementary school traffic all uses St. Regis and San Jose. And then you get traffic also backed up through Sand Creek Shopping Center. I can't imagine that with the addition of a Costco just on the other side of Sand Creek, that new commercial development that's part of this project, and additional students that were probably going to be living in this project area, that without a major reconfiguration of San Jose Avenue, which is not going to be easy, I imagine, that we are not going to have an even worse traffic problem than we do right now. People speed down through Country Club, Capilano, and St. Regis. They ignore stop signs. It is a traffic hazard. They don't stop at St. Regis and San Jose. So somebody needs to address this traffic in a manner that will make the residents of Brentwood Hills a lot more comfortable before this project gets completed. Thank you.
The next speaker is Danny, followed by Braden.
Sino, every time I turn around, I had this nice speech prepared, and then council decided to throw a curveball that was so wild that even our city attorney doesn't know what to make of it. That all by itself should be a question of why that you should ask. Why did they wait to today? Why did they blindside staff? And you know how I feel about certain members of staff. But even this, I do have some questions that I hope you'll ask, even though whatever the Latin term was for this is the first time, it's the same old story. This might be the first time, but it's the same old story. So the question that needs to be asked, I believe, is, does this count as the third meeting of 5 before the nuclear option is used? And for those who don't know, the nuclear option basically takes this all out of our hands, and Sino can do whatever he wants. Now, by my count, this is third. And the way it's designed for you guys to say no, which then puts it into number 4 of 5. Now, I may be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope this is number 1. I don't think so. And as some may be a little bored with my comments, and maybe it's because I've said it so many times before, let me tell you, everyone that's up there right now, your decision will affect you Suzanne and Jovita have been at the forefront of this thing for as long as I can remember. Joel, you've been here the longest in dealing with Bridle Gate. Is your legacy going to be that you stood up for this town, or are you going to have this albatross of Bridle Gate around your neck? And for council members Pearson and Orlemans, you may think this doesn't affect you, but in 2026, if Bridle Gate is wrapped around your necks, you will be one term. Ask why. Drill down why. Don't just take answers.
The next speaker is Braden, followed by Melissa.
Hello again. Okay, before I start, I don't want this thing to happen just as much as the next guy. You know, I think Brentwood should keep the small town feel. However, reality has to set in eventually, and like Danny mentioned there, Cino's just going to do whatever they want if we keep pushing this off. I mean, let me just read what I wrote. Although there was a curveball that was thrown at me a second ago, and I don't really know what to think about that. So I'm here to urge council to approve as is and go against what the Planning Commission recommended. The project aligns with the general plan designation of residential low density. The proposed density of approximately 4 dwelling units per acre within the permitted range. An ordinance with SB 330, the project meets the objective standards for general plan zoning and subdivision criteria as of the preliminary application date. The city cannot impose conditions that would reduce the project's density or alter its scope. The project's design and density comply with the general plan, like I said. Approval of the VTSM and design review is legally justified, given that the project conforms to these regulatory frameworks. Again, it adheres to SB 330, which prohibits the city from reducing housing intensity or imposing subjective criteria. Bridle Gate project complies with the applicable standards, thus ensuring that the city approval aligns with state laws and avoids potential legal disputes. The bad part about this is obviously if this doesn't get approved, we are setting us up, the city up, to be sued. And it's a lawsuit that we will likely lose, unfortunately. And I went to Heritage for 4 years, and I'm crazy enough to go back every day to coach football. I go there in the morning, during morning traffic, to go in the weight room, and I go after when people are picking their kids up for practice. The traffic sucks. I don't even know where to begin, but that traffic's awful. I believe there was a picture in there somewhere that would open up American Avenue through Antioch and through Hillcrest as part of the general plan. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. And my question to council members who would vote against this would be why? Why vote no and set the city up for a lawsuit and that we're probably sure to lose? What legal basis do you have to vote no? Just saying no because we don't want it is not good enough, and it won't work. So in my opinion, the city council should proceed with approving it. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this ever controversial matter. Have a great night, and God bless you all.
The next speaker is Melissa, followed by Sue.
Thank you so much. I don't know how much weight this holds now, considering the new information. However, I would like to take the opportunity to urge City Council to stand with the decision of the Planning Commission. I moved to Brentwood in 2015. We chose Brentwood over many of the other cities in the Bay Area that we were looking at because the schools were the best. This ties in, I promise. We moved into Garin Ranch. We still live in Garin Ranch. My oldest child was slated for Garin Elementary School and got bumped because it was overcrowded. They then went on to Edna Hill and faced class sizes of 30+ students. Brentwood has only grown, as we all know, since 2015. 272 homes potentially bring 272 new families with children with schools that they have to go to. While it's very nice that you did the traffic mitigation, what procedures were followed to mitigate school impact, emergency services impact, and as we hear from other residents in the area, the traffic impact? I have many friends whose children go to Adams and Heritage. What should be a 10-minute drive from their home takes them an hour now, before 272 new homes are built. Also, the fact that for 135 acres, only 4.35 acres are allotted for usable park space. On top of these tiny, tiny, tiny yard parcels. Our families need room to breathe. This is a hill I will die on. Our kids need spaces to play. Our seniors need spaces where they can go and walk and relax and enjoy themselves. In a pocket park, it's not it. Just because you can go from 166 homes to 272 homes doesn't mean you should. To me, it's a money grab. And personally, if Sino has enough money to build himself a private museum for his dead animals, he doesn't need 272 homes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sue, followed by Laura.
At the July 16th meeting of the Planning Commission, the Commission unanimously denied the Bridle Gate development plan for a variety of reasons, one of which is the danger it will bring to Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes residential areas as a cut-through for the 3,000 plus students and parents using this route to get to both Heritage High School and Adams Middle School. Students come from a wider area to attend these schools. This has been an ongoing issue since the schools were built and only has gotten worse. Even without Bridle Gate, the situation is out of control, with no solutions rectifying the problem. Irrelevant and outdated traffic studies have led some city leaders to believe there is no problem. This is absolutely, without a doubt, wrong. Signs proposed by Sino to ask drivers to drive in different directions will not work. They will just overload the surrounding areas. The road through the Raley's parking lot is at a standstill before the stores open in the morning. And you can see this for yourself if you want to drive over there. So good news. We have found a solution that we'd like to propose and that would definitely solve the problem. You have in front of you a map of the area we are talking about. I put one on each of your seats. The Bridle Gate is the BG at the top of the map, and is at the top of the map. And then the green route is the current cut-through being used by the 3,000 plus cars twice a day. You can do the math. The circles, the three circles, are where we are proposing that Sino installs gates that would prevent the traffic from using Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes as a cut-through. Residents of these areas only would be allowed to go through the gates. It is time, if you look at this, the three circles are at St. Regis, which was brought up by another speaker, down at the corner of Balfour Road and East Country Club, the entrance into Shadow Lakes, and then the one, Balfour and West Country Club. It's time that something is done. Traffic studies can be done all day long, but the facts of the matter are that we have a major traffic problem that no one has done anything about now, and with Bridle Gate would be made even worse. It's time for the city leadership to solve this problem. Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura, followed by Sandra.
Hi. Just as we can't expect a tiger to change its stripes, it seems neither can we expect that when dealing with what has been characterized as the See-No way, whether building projects into the name of See-No Homes, Concord First Properties, Discovery Builders, or WCHB Development LLC. In the case of Bridle Gate project, their practices are questionable. In a SiliconValley.com article on May 25th, 2022, it referenced Concord First Properties, a See-No company, with the following statement, and I quote, "The See-No family of building companies are notorious in the East Bay for regularly suing public agencies and fighting environmental groups," close quote. We've certainly experienced lawsuits that they try to use the courts to their advantage. Initially submitted to Brentwood in 2006, this project has had many revisions and is once again before the council. For me as a layperson, there are many inequities with the project. Since breaking ground in 2001, the neighborhoods of Brentwood Hills and Shadow Lakes have had to contend with the ever-increasing surges of traffic on San Jose Avenue, St. Regis, Capilano, Presidio, Round Hill, West Country Club. These streets have become speedways as drivers cut through the neighbors that go to the schools, go to Kaiser. Speed bumps have been requested, and for some strange reason, they were denied. Due to an excess of vehicles, I've even been caught on West Country Club for up to and in excess of 30 minutes. What happens if an emergency vehicle needs to get through during any of these times? Is anybody going to make it? If someone needs to get to the hospital, they might not. At the area of St. Regis, San Jose, and its proposed extension, and Chestnut Oak, a newly proposed street, both which are rich in the Bridle Gate project, ingress and egress will be on roadways that are already heavily congested. 5 different suggestions were offered by Rainey Planning and Management to control the flow. However, those are heavily trafficked roads that are already inundated, and I fail to comprehend how, when adding an additional 272 homes and vehicles associated with those homes, that creating another street can remediate an already compromised traffic area. On July 16, 2024, the Planning Commission adopted resolution number 23-032, thereby denying VTSM 9586 and DR 21-2010, taking no further action on the revised EIR prepared for the Bridle Gate project. I'm asking that you, the council, stand in unison with the Planning Commission and deny this project. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sandra, followed by Antonio, and Antonio is the last speaker card that I have here before I go to Zoom.
Hobbling up here. Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Sandra Myers. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think I'm uniquely qualified to speak to the issue of parks on this project. I was 7 years as Parks Commissioner for the Contra Costa County for Alamo, Danville, San Ramon, 19 years for Danville, and 15 years for the city of Brentwood. Moved out here in 2003, and we were very lucky to find a home that it was between 2 gorgeous neighborhood parks. Orchard, 5 acres, Creekside, 7.5 acres, and real close to Veterans, which was 10.5 acres roughly. I've given you a picture of a 5-acre park that is Orchard. And I also gave you a picture of a 2-acre park. Those are supposedly neighborhood parks. Orchard qualifies in my estimation. A 2-acre park does not. I have spoken before on the request to please not do these little pocket parks. Something changed around the time that the city approved the Scortino project over by McDonald's. That should have been a 5-acre neighborhood park. It ended up 2 2-acre parcels and 2 half-an-acre parcels. Tell me why. I don't understand why you've moved away from decent-sized neighborhood parks. I could not understand the maps that Sino has on these two parcels. These are from Eric. I gave you a copy as well. I would like further clarification on what the slope is here. This 1.94 acre parcel is on the end of a cul-de-sac. You're going to need parking lot on that. You see what that looks like. I don't think it's usable. If nothing else, I think we should take the park dedication fees and put it toward the Sand Creek Park that we're building, or something usable. This park, the Park G, has potential, but I don't even understand what the slope differential is there. I asked Eric, he couldn't tell me. I think you need to know that before you decide. And I think the other thing is, the Parks Commission hasn't even heard this. How much time do I have? I don't have enough time. So anyway, please get the answers and look toward a decent.
The final speaker card I have is from Antonio.
I ask that the council deny this appeal because the Planning Commission decision denying the vesting tentative subdivision map was consistent with upholding and defending the Brentwood General Plan, policies COS 7-1 through 7-4. I would like to stress that the criticism regarding hillsides and ridgelines raised by the Planning Commission was not a matter of first impression. This is an issue that was raised as far back as 2006. Please listen to
This hill form that runs in a northwest southeast section here, preserved, and I would say to the greatest extent possible, by moving these executive lots. If you recall, the original submittal had the homes pretty much right on top of the hill, and it included some fairly significant grading of that hill to create the pads for those homes. So by moving those lots over to the west side of the hill, the integrity of the hill will be preserved.
I'd like to stress significant grading and the integrity of the hill needing to be preserved were mentioned during that 2006 meeting. Applicant was well aware of this.
As we see it now, has been reassigned extensively with saving the hill formation as
Saving the hill formation was one of the changes they made to get the 2006 project approved. Defending the ridgelines and the hillsides of Brentwood is a known concern. Applicant knew about it. It is also part of our general plan. Please deny this appeal because the Planning Commission was correct in defending the general plan. Thank you.
I have 4 hands raised in Zoom. I'll call on Ian. Ian, go ahead.
All right, let's see how I can explain the traffic pattern of this area in 3 minutes. I want everyone to go ahead and open Google Maps and look at San Jose Avenue at Loma Vista Elementary. I'll give you a few seconds. All right, well, the silence is too loud, but I want you to imagine if you're north of Sand Creek Road, how you're gonna get to Heritage High in this property, especially if you're coming off Highway 4. I currently live in the Tuscany neighborhood, just south of Loma Vista Elementary, and I use San Jose Drive very often, too often. To get to San Jose Drive, which just sounds like this is the only way in and out on this project, there's a few ways to get there from Sand Creek. You have to cut across a private shopping center that the city does not maintain, and I'm sure everyone has driven through this shopping center. It's terrible. Or you go down Highland Way and Meadow Gate Way. That's a neighborhood, and there's an intersection where there's really no stop signs. That's a nightmare. But that's not my biggest problem. On San Jose Avenue, there are 3 different intersections right there, right by Loma Vista Elementary School. There's Meadow Gate Way in San Jose Avenue. There's Portofino Drive in San Jose Avenue and Santa Monica Way in San Jose Avenue. At Portofino, there's a stop sign, a four-way. People ignore that all the time, except during school hours. During school hours, if you zoom in, Loma West Elementary has 4 points of entry or exit. Now, put that on top with the high school traffic, which I had to leave my house an hour before school to Heritage High, so I don't waste my time staying in traffic. And compound that with Adams, and then Bristol traffic heading the other way, and commuters trying to get to Highway 4. This project does not allow for a peaceful way of living for anyone in the Tuscany neighborhood. Not just Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills, they get a lot of attention. My neighborhood lacks attention. What I'm trying to get at is deny this project unless CNO can find a way to put in a traffic signal on San Jose Avenue to calm traffic down. If the city council approves this tonight, you're gonna create a big pain in the butt for everyone who lives in this area. Traffic's a nightmare. You've heard it over and over, and I'm gonna repeat that. But now imagine people ignoring stop signs, ignoring whatever traffic rules you do. If it's not a traffic light, people will ignore it. I'm just gonna say that right now. We live in California. We're not known for the best driving, and police chief can attest to that. So please deny this project on the basis of traffic. Thank you. Have a great night.
The next speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Here we are again. What I would like to start with is to say your task tonight is very simple. Deny the appeal and the Bridle Gate project. Previous councils and planning commissions denied this project. I would also like to mention that over 1,700 individual signatures were submitted from residents on change.org petitions opposing this project. The project was presented in the same exact version as tonight, and here are some of the reasons why you should reject this appeal and align with the planning commission's decision. Brentwood needs one big park to maximize usability. Current drawings still show 2 small parks when the judge clearly ruled on case MSN 21-0980 that, I'm quoting, there's substantial evidence in the records to support the city's finding that the proposed change to allow 2 smaller parks in different locations was not in the public interest. Also zoning, we're still waiting for a court ruling on case N221738. We don't know what the zoning for this area is. And that's been a point of controversy throughout the years. So please don't make such an important decision without having clear and complete information. Significant traffic impact, it's been spoken about over and over by previous residents. And the traffic solutions presented require enforcement. We can trust the rules will be enforced. We know that very well. Updated traffic count was requested, not provided by to the planning commission. The explanation provided by consulting company was that the traffic data generated from traffic counts collected in 2017 continues to represent typical conditions for the area. That's a big lie, because we added since 2017 over 2,500 residents, and also there are over 500 dwellings that are being built or have been built already on Sand Creek since then. So keep that in mind when you make your decision. Also, another lie that was said tonight is that the EIR does not present any significant impact. It's a big lie. All categories from biological resources, energy, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, transportation, mandatory items of significance are with potentially significant impact. Your main duty as public officials is to ensure that the health and safety of residents is taken care of. With EIR ratings such as the ones of this project, please consider rejecting this appeal and deny the project. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Carolyn. Carolyn, go ahead.
Yes, my family supports the Planning Commissioner's decision to not deny the Bridle Gate project. I attended and participated in both of the Planning Commission meetings, the one in the fall of 23, which was very long, and also the one in July, which is a 6+ hour meeting. During these meetings, the planning commissioners heard from the community and were very thoughtful, insightful, and diligent in reaching their deliberations to produce a unanimous vote to deny the Bridle Gate project. I will say what was missed in the explanation of that in September, I think it was September of 23, the Planning Commission asked that this project be brought back with an option of 2 exits onto Sand Creek and nothing on San Jose, keeping that closed. That was mentioned in 5, but was never, it said it was feasible, but they didn't do anything with it. There's no presentation of that. So in my estimation, they did not even comply with what the Planning Commission directed them to do back in September. They also had requested them look in diligently to possibly then having an emergency vehicle only turn around at Sand Creek, but it was never in their thoughts or directives to open up Sand Creek and produce all of these more traffic, because the traffic was considered to be unmanageable as it was clear back in the 23 meeting. So based on the things that the Planning Commission diligently looked at and came to the decision of a unanimous vote, my family asks that you, the City Council, also vote in support of the Planning Commissioner's decision and deny this project tonight. And I thank you very much for your time, and the other speakers that have come back now how many times to give reasons why this project is not being presented in a way that's safe for the community and benefits the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carolina. Carolina, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm going to agree with every other speaker that has come forward that says, please deny this project. I'm going to take you in the Wayback Machine, back to when Karen Rary sat on City Council. And yeah, I was at that meeting. That meeting ended at 1:30 in the morning. Karen, being a walking encyclopedia of building materials, specifically asked CINO, considering this is being built by Highway 4 and considering that there's a lot of traffic noise on Highway 4, if the builder would consider using better quality windows to mitigate the noise. And the builder arrogantly said, we'll look at it, which is his way of giving Brentwood the middle finger. So then she asked, well, could we look at better insulation? Again, for the same reason. Again, the builder said, we'll look at it. Gave Brentwood the middle finger. Then we talked about the retaining wall. And we know about retaining walls, having gone through this at least once before. And CINO said, we'll look at it. Now we have the parks, which are unusable. I have a micro park by my house. It's good enough for 1 toddler and 2 parents. And that does not create a fabric of a neighborhood, a place for parents to congregate, a place for multiple children to play and having turns on the equipment. A micro park is good, like I said, for 1 toddler and 2 parents. This project is terrible from beginning to end. CINO has done nothing to improve the quality of the project. They know it's by the freeway. They clearly don't care about the quality of life that the consumers who are going to buy these homes are going to have. And the consumers that buy these homes do not need to be sound experts. They should have the expectation that when they buy a home from a builder, the builder has done their due diligence to provide a quality product so that they don't have to stay with their windows locked up and be miserable stuck inside their homes for the entirety of the time they own the home. There is nothing good about this project, so I would also say, please deny this project in accordance with what the Planning Commission found. I was at that meeting as well. They went through this with a fine-tooth comb, and nothing has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Sorry to reiterate what everyone is saying, but I'm hoping that the five of you are really listening and not being scared and being there to represent the residents of Brentwood. Deny this appeal, uphold what the Planning Commission said in denying the project. You know, again, if not mistaken, we've been sued before by CINO. And because of your due diligence, because of the analytics that you have done, I think we've won. And as someone else spoke, I think there's a current lawsuit right now happening. So why not wait for that? The five of you, please listen to the residents, do one large park, protect our hillside. Don't be scared. You're here to act for our residents, defend our city, and don't let yourself be bullied. We won't go back. Isn't that our saying right now? We're not going back. So please protect our residents. Do what you were asked to do when you were elected to represent us, fight for us, and do the analytics, do the research, and don't just rely on what the builder is saying, because of course they're going to be skewed. Do your own research, your own analytics. Do what the Planning Commission decided to do. Deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comments, and I need a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Before we go into council discussion on this item, I'd like to ask our city attorney, with the information that we just received, and I also want to thank those that spoke. The question was raised: where does that put us potentially in the number of meetings? What is the process from here? How does that affect us regarding that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is meeting 3 of 5. The 2 Planning Commission meetings do count towards that 5 limit total. So we're on meeting 3 tonight. With regard to the introduction of the concept of a density bonus being sought, as I indicated, that has not been applied for as part of the project that's currently in front of you. What is in front of you, it only includes sufficient affordable housing to satisfy the city's previous affordable housing obligations of 3% very low, 4% low, and 3% moderate units. That does not make this project eligible for a density bonus. If this applicant is actually interested in pursuing a density bonus project, they need to go through the application process to do that. So what is before you tonight is exactly what's laid out in the staff report, nothing more. If you want to give the applicant a chance to address that or question them yourself on that, you're free to, but that is our legal interpretation, and you are on meeting number 3. Is there anything else I can tell you?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I would be happy with the indulgence of council if the applicant would like to. Oh, okay. All right. So who'd like to start off the discussion?
I'm not going to go in full detail of my discussion. I do have a question, and I'm going to start off with saying this makes it really hard when we have people who come here that appear to want to operate in good faith but throw curveballs at us. It makes it really hard for us to make decisions. So I just want to start off there. Actually, can we have a break, Mr. Mayor? We've been going for a while. Can we take a quick restroom break? I'm sorry.
Yeah, at this time we'll take a 5-minute recess. Okay, at this time, we will reconvene the council meeting. We are now in council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
So one of the questions I asked, and I told staff I was going to be really hard on this one, can you provide me the source data for VMT? I know that it says 29 point something, but where, can you show me the source data for that, please?
How the calculation was made?
What sort, like, can you pull up on your computer where that source came from?
Well, a model was used, so I can refer back to Ben Huey from Kimley Horn.
Okay. And if he could pull up on his screen and share that model, that would be fantastic.
I'm not sure that we'll have to hear his answer, but I'm not sure that that is possible.
Okay. Well, you know what? You know what? I don't even need to see his. I'm going to, I need to share my screen, so let me do that. Okay. This is what I show as the VMT for Brentwood, 94513. I show the group being 27.1, the city being 25.9, county 23.1. I thought that under California, and I can't remember if it was SB 743, we had to reduce VMT by 15%. Anything over 15%, we should not be taking, because the whole point of switching from LOS to VMT is to reduce VMT in order to improve quality of air. So I am going to argue against the number that we're using, which is 29.6, which then, so then 85% of that, our goal should be 25.2. They're saying this project is 27, which is still above. Then they're saying they're going to mediate with a intersection, but there's no data to show that the intersection will get us to a 25.2 if it's 29. I argue that it is not 29. I argue that it probably should be somewhere between 27.1 and 25.9. And therefore, we should be between a goal of 21.3 and 20.7 BMT. So my first, okay, I don't even want to discuss, we don't have to talk about it. So my first reason that I feel very uncomfortable with this project is the traffic. It is the #1 complaint in the city. I live not far from there, and I'm going to tell you, people go down that road 40 to 50 miles an hour. So I'm very uncomfortable with it. We just keep putting Band-Aids on our traffic, and it gets exponentially worse every single time. So this is the #1 reason why I cannot support this project. It is way too much traffic. It does exactly what the state of California says we should not be doing. So that is the #1 thing. Then second thing, and let me see if I can find, hold on a second. You sent a letter in that said, in addition, the HAA only allows local governments to base a project disapproval on applicable objective code standards. You listed the government code in the case. The HAA defines objective as involving no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and being uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or criterion, available and knowable both the development applicant or proponent of the public official. So I'm going to go back to our municipal code, and this is in black and white, open to everyone. This is Title 17. I'm looking at PD 36. When we look at 17.486.004, the last comment, 12. And so we have two different areas, so you're going to get two numbers. Maximum number of primary dwelling units, 124. Clear as day in the municipal code. The second section, 17.486.005. says maximum number of dwelling units, 42. So if we add those up, what do you get? Hold on, sorry. So what was it, 166? So you get 166 units. You bring in 166, I won't balk at all. That's what and that's in black and white. And you could get this on our municipal code, so no one hid it from you. Okay. The park. So we went to court because you sued us back in, what was it, 2021? And the judge said, where am I finding this? Where there's evidence supporting either decision, there's substantial evidence in the record to support the city's finding that the proposed change to allow 2 smaller parks in different locations was not in the public interest. In addition, the city's resolution denying this change sufficiently explains the reason for the denial and therefore meets the Topanga standard. So I would like to see 1 big park, not 2. And these are not a surprise. We've discussed these plenty of times. So VMT Park, circulation, we've asked, I think we came up before, we need 2 entrances on Sand Creek, and we need to remove the one from San Jose. It is just too wild up there, and if you lived up there, you know what we mean. The ridge lines, it was your company. Your company sat here in 2006 and had this discussion about the ridge lines. So you walked through it in 2006. So there was no secret to you of how you did it. There's the picture from 2006 and there's the picture now. This is you. You did this. You know, so that wasn't a secret either. So I am not okay with this development the way it is. I am proposing that we deny the development and then let it see what happens after that.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few points that I'm concerned with. The most obvious is the traffic. And we've talked several times about traffic in this area. There's some confusion about when the traffic study was actually done, if it was 2020 or 2017. I keep hearing both of those numbers.
The traffic study was done in 2020. The traffic counts were done in 2017.
Okay. So can you help me understand why old numbers from 2017 and the study done from 2020 is still considered valid, especially considering, and I asked him to find this out, how much the density of the schools surrounding there have changed from 2020 to 2024 and where the additional students have come from.
Do you want the student information or do you want to talk about the counts first?
I want both, but I don't really care which one happens first. Thank you.
So Alan, do you want to address the counts and then?
Sure, thank you. Regarding the counts that were taken in 2017, the reason why staff believed that it was sufficient as part of the study that was completed in 2020 is that there has not been any new significant development in the area since 2017. The other thing to consider is the project, or what was analyzed in 2017 and 2020 study was a larger project. In that one, we had 2 scenarios, one with 328 single-family homes. The current project is 272. And it also analyzed the multifamily portion of the project as well as the commercial that was included, as well as the new school. So those were basically, we're looking at what was done in 2020 and that study to be a conservative estimate as to what based on a lesser project today, it's a conservative approach as to what was presented as far as traffic numbers. The third piece is in 2020, as we all know, with the pandemic, COVID changed the way many people worked. I think still to this day, we've seen a considerable increase in remote working. Most notably in 2017, at the time, about 7.5% of workers in Contra Costa was working from home. And by 2021, that number basically quadrupled to 28%. Not sure where it is today. I'm sure it came back down or people are working hybrid, but those are sort of the factors that and reasoning why we felt the 2017 numbers were okay.
So taking the commute, but not taking in the school commute. Because the kids are not remote, of course.
The kids are not remote, and yeah, we are talking about peak hour traffic here. So you're right, where the AM considerations that were still analyzed as part of the 2020 study will still reflect, and it wouldn't be affected by the COVID. But the PM peak hour, that one maybe have changed, but that's a good point.
So, and then the question about the school numbers and where those are feeding from?
Tim.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, I reached out to the two superintendents of the two school districts, and the school district that has Heritage High School quoted that over the last 4 years, the average is about 175 new students per year on average. And then for the Brentwood Union School District, for both Adams and Cray, based on the last 4 years, they averaged about 115 new students per year. And further, Brentwood Union School District forecasted in their 10-year model that they would lose about 50 students per year starting in the next few years, based on ages and growth patterns in their forecasts. Both of them forecast about a 0.2 factor for every unit in the area that would be going to those schools. So that forecasts into their estimates for the following fiscal school year.
And does this take into account interdistrict transfers? Because we know that, for example, one of the speakers said that they live in the Garin Ranch neighborhood, but their child was booted out of Garin Ranch. So we know that Heritage students are coming from Antioch, Discovery Bay, like all over the place.
Those were raw numbers and raw averages, so it should include whether that was locally or interdistrict transfers.
So the Antioch students that are coming in are currently already contributing to the traffic. If those roads are opening up through Bridle Gate and they can come through San Jose, that's an additional impact that we would need to look at, not just coming from Deer Valley to Balfour, but coming from the Bridle Gate neighborhood from San Jose through to Bridle Gate to, for example, St. Regis.
You could draw that conclusion. I would say those are just the student numbers. I don't know how that translates into traffic patterns or peak traffic counts, but there's
Understanding, of course, that,
extrapolation.
yeah, most high schoolers, at least till they're seniors, are not driving themselves.
Sure.
Okay.
I think I read in one of the reports, wasn't it going to be 900 new students? I think it's 900 total new students is what the report, and I can't remember which report it was in.
Yeah, the 900 students was the last iteration of the project when you had two development scenarios. One would have included a large park, or excuse me, a large reservation of land for a school in the middle of the project, and that school was anticipated to be 900 students. So I think that's where the school was going to be 900 students. That is not part of this application. Yeah.
Okay. But we do have, if we're talking about increases in development that are not counted in the 2020, we do have additional homes in Antioch that now feed into this, and of course, additional homes in some of the surrounding areas that also feed in. That wouldn't be part of the Brentwood numbers, but they still feed into the school. Correct?
Yes, and those are included in those numbers that they provided as well.
Just not
mostly
the traffic
from
patterns per se.
That probably could be assumed as well.
Okay. On the park, I recognize that there was stated to be a challenge of combining the two, but I do believe if the parks could be combined, there's an area where zoning and all the layout, the grading, all of that would actually work to combine the two to get us more usable space. I don't believe, especially the smaller one, is a valid consideration. We have basketball hoops, courts, throughout the city that are now being shared with pickleball. We've got students that are waiting in line to use our tennis courts. And I think we should be trying a little bit harder to combine those so that we actually have more usable space, more places for community. There was some discussion around the sizes of backyards. I realize there's open space, but we need usable space. We need either larger lots or we need a larger park that's a combination of the two, not just two smaller ones. I do believe in looking at the density and the zoning. The original development was 166 units based on subarea C density and subarea D density, which did create the 166 cap, and the project at the time that was approved and then just laid dormant for so many years. I don't want to operate in a place of fear and thinking about what happens if we don't do this, because I think it is our job as elected officials to do the very best that we can for residents. And if that means then we're standing up to something and trying to work a little harder and pushing back and saying we need a better project than what we've currently got, it's our job to do that. I recognize that there have been lawsuits. There's currently a lawsuit. I'm still not 100% clear about why we're moving forward when that is active. That, in fact, Katie, could you speak on that for a moment?
So a couple of things. Number one, that lawsuit was filed by two parties, Discovery Builders and West Coast Home Builders. Those two parties were both under the leadership of one individual at the time the lawsuit was filed. Since that lawsuit was filed, that individual is now not representing West Coast Home Builders. West Coast Home Builders is being represented by Alcino Jr. for tonight's application. Alcino Jr. has dismissed West Coast Home Builders' suit against the city, leaving only the Discovery Builders lawsuit against the city. That has been brought by an individual who's not affiliated with West Coast Home Builders at this point. It's a very complex situation, but that's where we are right now. And one of the claims in that lawsuit, and in fact, one of the foremost claims, was that the city was moving too slowly in processing the project. And so that is the reason we are moving forward. Not only for that reason, we would have processed it anyway, of course, but to refuse to process the project while the lawsuit was going on would not have made sense in that context.
So we're having a valid conversation here and hearing from the public. I do think it's valid to question things like, for example, the request by the previous Planning Commission meeting for 2 exits off of Sand Creek. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. I think the grading and integrity of the hillside is legitimate. I think the noise concerns are still valid. What I don't want is for people to move in and feel like they have to keep their windows closed. I don't know if there's reduced cost for the homes that are along Highway 4 that are going to experience additional increased noise to the point where they can't enjoy their own backyards and open their windows. So I'd like to hear more about that. Let's see. I think I'm going to leave it at that for now and look at my notes some more. Thank you.
Councilmember Pearson.
You were first. You want to go?
So starting off with the meeting, and then I don't deal well with things being thrown at me at the last minute. And you guys show up with, we're going to change the project and you're going to have to consider a density bonus for the low-income housing. Probably isn't the best way to come at a group of people that you're trying to get to approve a project. It doesn't sit well with me, and I don't handle it well in the sense that now I'm processing all this different information that I haven't been looking at for the last 4 days while studying this project. So the only part I'm going to listen to or deal with tonight is the project that was presented to us in the staff report, and disregard the comments that were made at the beginning of this presentation by the applicants. To talk about the traffic in the area, I am very concerned about the traffic in Shadow Lakes. I'm concerned about the cut-through traffic going all the way through. I would like to hear more about whether we can shut off that one exit onto San Jose Avenue and open a second access or exit onto Sand Creek. Are we going to wait for answers, or because it just seems like you guys kept going? Should I wait for an answer?
I can take an attempt to address that, Councilmember Orleman. So the option to add another entrance or exit onto Sand Creek Road, resulting in 2 total entrances, right, or intersections there. I'm assuming that would then mean, like you said, not connecting the project to St. Regis Road or extending San Jose through as well. So the biggest point and reason why staff is not recommending that is because it is not consistent with the general plan. General plan does show San Jose Avenue going through westerly through the project as a full access road. So that's number one.
Can I ask a point of clarification on that?
Sure.
When the general plan was created, it was
based on the assumption it was going to be 166 homes. So to state that the circulation plan doesn't follow the general plan circulation is a little bit misleading because the general plan assumed 166 and now the new number is 272. So we can't reference a circulation plan that is no longer valid due to the increase in the number of units.
Based on where I'm sitting as staff goes, I'm just following the general plan with what was shown on the circulation diagram. That's you do bring up a good point with higher density, more homes. That's why it also shows the connection to Sand Creek Road, and I'm not sure what else to add on that, but the other. Okay.
I'm sorry, could I just add a point of clarification? So just so we're all on the same page. So the general plan didn't actually have a unit limit for this site, right? Separately, the zoning did. So just so we're all on the same page, nothing in the general plan anticipated a 166 unit limit on housing at this site.
When the general plan was updated in 2014, there was a group of people that got together. And one of the considerations for this area was that Bridle Gate was 166 homes. And that has been talked about. So we can't say that the circulation plan was created in a void of how many units were going to be there. That is not correct.
It is not correct to say that it was created in a void. It was created in a prolonged process that did include public input, and that ultimately resulted in zoning changes to that area. So I just want to make clear when we're talking about where these numbers are falling, I just want to be clear on that. That's all.
Yeah, but let's not negate what the municipal code was when they were doing this general plan. It was 166.
Continuing on that point on the second entrance or exit onto Sand Creek Road, and closing off the other entrance off of San Jose and St. Regis. The other thing to consider is, as was discussed earlier and also at Planning Commission, was the fact that even if that were to occur and you still had the need for parents to get their parents from Bridle Gate to Heritage High School, that there are still limited options. They would still have to get their child there, which means various things, taking State Route 4, exiting on Balfour, which would be ideal, but we all know that's also a troublesome. But also the other option would be to cut through the Rayleigh's shopping center to get to San Jose and St. Regis anyways. So kind of goes back to the point of our traffic engineer mentioning how traffic flows like water. I know the water's not gonna be flowing really well, and it hasn't been, but that's kind of the analogy we would go with. We could make every effort that we can. However, just due to the nature of parents needing to get their kids where they need to be, they're going to find a way. I do want to offer up with the Sand Creek Road extension, if this project was approved, that they could potentially have, maybe not immediately, but have in the future another means to get to Heritage High School, which is heading westwardly on Sand Creek Road. It's a little bit further out, but traffic flows like water. If that's a better way to go to get to Deer Valley Road and head down south to Balfour and get to school that way, that may be an option as well. But that wasn't part of the analysis, but I just wanted to put that out there as well.
I think one of the concerns that keeps coming up is that we are not supposed to, per our general plan, encourage cut-throughs. And everything we're hearing from residents, from the discussion that we're having, even from staff, is that we are encouraging cut-throughs. We know very well parents are currently doing that. They're going to do it even more so if the traffic is impacted the way we all know it's going to be. So this is increased danger. It's increased the idea of like an emergency vehicle access during this time. One of the commenters mentioned that. I don't see how we can confidently say that a fire truck, for example, could get into Bridle Gate during school time. Like, I don't see any of the options that were suggested actually allowing for anything other than cut-throughs. I can't, at this point, I don't see that possibility.
So, okay, back to me. Thank you. I have several significant issues and questions. One of them being, I have this, well, first, just sitting in this seat, it is difficult to make these type of decisions when we have to consider that SB 330, when we look at Government Code Section 65941.1, requires us to make specify written findings based on the preponderance of evidence, which is preponderance of evidence is lower than the clear and convincing evidence standard, but it's a standard of proof in which parties bearing the burden of proof must present evidence which is more credible and convincing than that presented by the other party. And so when I looked at what we received from the other party, the things that made me determine whether or not we were at 51% to deny versus 49%, or in the opposition of 51% to approve, right? I thought about safety concerns, and I thought about what the code section says about us and what it says in 65941.1, that the housing project is inconsistent for denials. It has to be inconsistent with both the jurisdiction's zoning ordinance and general plan land use designation. One, we have policy, the circulation policy, CIR 1-7. Improve circulation in locations with high levels of congestion, but avoid major increases in street capacities unless necessary to remedy severe traffic congestion on major arterial corridors. That being considered, and this is not me in my personal capacity, as which was raised in the letter, but just as a resident, seeing other residents, and as a council person considering evidence and driving in that location, if you go down, if you come up St. Regis, you go to Capilano Drive to Presidio to Country Club, you will sit in a parking lot. And so my concern is not just for the new residents who will come into Bridle Gate. It's going to be for the existing residents in Brentwood Hills. I'm deeply concerned for public safety when it comes to emergency vehicles being able to access those roadways between the hours of 7 a.m. in the morning and 8:30, Monday through Tuesday, and Thursday through Friday. I'm also concerned for public safety in that same area on Country Club up American between the hours on Wednesdays, between the hours the same hours, and also after 9:30 a.m. when Heritage High School students. Heritage High School currently has more than 2,000 students at the school. Many of those students drive in. Many of them are just recently receiving their driver's license, their learner's permits to drive. We have a bunch of students who are crossing a path, which we'll talk about later on tonight if we even get there tonight. And they cross the street with just one single crossing guard at one location, and there being another one at a lower location. However, we have a bunch of kids who go over to Willie's Bagels, to, what is it, the ice cream place, Polar, whatever it is. Cool Spot, no disrespect, I forgot what you were called, but I am concerned for public safety as it comes to traffic. Now, I know traffic is not a reason when we look back at government code for denial, but public safety is a reason for denial. And I am very concerned for the increase of emergency vehicles being able to access during a highly congested time of day. The other thing that I'd like to ask is, would the applicant be and this is not even basis for denial, but again, operating in good faith, would the applicant be willing to make disclosures on noise? We've had issues in the city of Brentwood that has cost the city a significant amount of money, and that is something we need to make sure we can consider, is to be able to afford our staff, to be able to afford to make improvements in the city. And we've had to build sound walls for several reasons. So this is just an ask of the applicant. Would they be willing to include disclosures on noise? I do like the idea and would like to discuss further. I appreciate you all for asking about the 2 exits off of Sand Creek. But also I'd like to ask the applicant, the Planning Commission asked about the reducing two-story only standard, which is consistent with our aesthetics in the city of Brentwood, and it also maintains our hillside appearance. Lastly, I really am concerned, and again, the park size is, and here's another thing. When we come before as council, we also have to consider that Government Code Section 65941.1 throws in there to kind of jabbing at cities that there might be a $10,000 fine per unit. When we talk about 272, 272 units, we're looking at a possible liability with the including attorney fees of almost $3 million at the same time that we're discussing the whole negotiations in our city, and I won't go into that. So that's something that's constantly in the back of my mind of the liability. That being said, in order for us to deny a project, we have to be able to articulate with specificity why. And the main thing is, one, that I would argue that this is not consistent with our circulation, with the general plan. It's violative of our circulation policies. I would also argue that it is a huge public health and safety concern that we have to consider when we talk about access vehicles. I do like the idea someone came up and talked about the gate. I would love to see if we had more time to come back and find out more about, is that even an option? But also, I do appreciate that we have someone who knows a lot about the park systems that sat in here before us. And this goes to show you the importance of when people come to council and give us public comments, because we take everything, even applicants' concerns and their comments and every person's statements very seriously. And I agree with the public speaker. I agree with her wholeheartedly that park, it's really hard when you live here and you're elected and you breathe this good air and you walk down the streets with good people and you speak to them, and then when we have developers who I would hope that are operating in good faith, because many of us live in your homes that you develop, that you take into consideration when you're developing not just the cash dollars that you're going to make, but the people who you're going to place into the homes. And the people don't use small parks. They don't. They're wasted space that we end up as a city bearing the responsibility to care for. So I agree that we do need a larger size park. And my ask would be that we get her done. And without a better way to say that, by the applicant operating in good faith, not to disparage any other applicants in the family, but this applicant, I think, has shown up to be a lot more reasonable than some others, and we appreciate that. But I would ask for a deep dive to go one more time for the good residents of the city of Brentwood who live in your homes, who've put money in your pockets, to figure out a way to make this work where everyone can be happy. I mean, we understand that bringing these, we're not a city that doesn't believe in growth. We just believe in it being smart. We believe in, we like the idea of getting your tax dollars from property tax. We need your damn money, but we want it done correctly. And for it to be done correctly, we don't need 3-story houses. Nobody wants that. We don't need extra congestion going on our streets. You cannot drive on that street. And then also another public safety, I didn't even tell you this time, there is a public safety concern between the hours, because you have 2 schools up that way and you have another one. There's a huge safety concern, traffic and safety concern that's already come to us before this project has come. And that concern is on San Jose, thank you. And that is at about 2:45. And then that concern is going up St. Regis to Country Club at around the same time. And then it comes back again at 2:30 on St. Regis. We have the potential for children to be hit by cars. We have the potential for people to die. So I think that as a council person, I really have to weigh that as that to me, when I look back at our standard, which I read to everyone what our standard is, preponderance of evidence, and I look back at that scale of 49 to 51, I think that death and life is more valuable than even $3 million. So that's my 2 cents.
It's all me. Well, I do have some concerns. most of my concerns have already been spoken about. But there are several things that, with all of the new laws in place and regulations, there are things that we have to consider that we never had to consider before. And from local control aspect of it, I don't know of any city that hasn't expressed the feeling of being held hostage when it comes to loss of local control regarding some of these new laws. Regardless of whether or not we can do anything about those laws, they are now laws. Every mayor I've spoken to, every council representative I've spoken to, feel that the tremendous loss of local control that we have experienced from 2020 until now is something that is a source of great frustration, is the least of the words. But there are some things to consider that we have to consider. First of all, there are a couple things in this particular application that we have right now that we have to consider potentially, well, should we deny this application, there are some things that should we be taken to court. And I understand that the city is taken to court not infrequently historically from developers, not just this city, but many cities, if not most. This development currently is operating, we got a win in court regarding the application of the sub-area C development standards that currently this development is held to, and it was supported in a ruling in court. So should the city be should we deny it? Should we go to court? Those sub-area C development standards will certainly be a conversation of decision and a decision point that a new jury and a new judge will have to discuss. Playing devil's advocate. Okay. What happens when we go and we present all of these things and we don't win? Okay, it's a fair question. I would anticipate with all of these things, should we deny it, there will be many reasons for it. Historically, those things have been discussed. We won the last time. Those were reasons that we won. I think it's important for our community to understand what's at risk if we don't.
I spoke to a lot of people in the community about it, and every single person I said we should take on the risk. There's not one person I spoke to who didn't say take the risk.
But my concern is, and I've spoken to many also, and I don't disagree with that. But my concern is that they are totally unaware of what some of those actual risks are and what those mean. For example, and this is something that is very...
I think if we're going to talk about risks of this, maybe we should do this in closed session with our attorney. I don't know if this is something we should be discussing in open session here. I'm getting just a little uncomfortable. I think that if you want to discuss the risks and you want to talk with our attorney in closed session, I'd be more than happy to do that. But I think we're talking about the attributes of the project, and now you're going into something else. And that's making me a little uncomfortable.
Okay.
But it's not making me uncomfortable at all.
Okay.
And if you'd like to continue on with that question, I'm perfectly good with that.
Well,
and I don't think that one council member can dictate whether it needs to move to a closed session or not.
Well, So since this is my time, then I have the floor, I'm going to go into my thoughts anyway. We're living in a time in this state that the decisions that councils make, every single decision is going to have significant impact, always has been. But in development, when you're looking at the general plan, and what the state is saying to us, we have to move forward with even more microscopic attention to every small detail than we ever have before. And our community needs to understand that as much as any city would love to say we have total control over all of our decisions, we have less and less and less control. And the way that we arrive at our decisions has significant impact at a state level on areas that they approach us with in the future. And so what I'm saying is, as we go through this process, our community needs to be aware that the way we approach this cannot simply just be, oh, I love this project or I don't love this project, on any project. No, and I understand we're not saying that, but it needs to be, you need to understand that there are a lot of things, not just with this project, not just with this city, that in the state as a whole, the way councils approach these very difficult circumstances that we're in the city right now, and these decisions, we have to do it with, in minute detail, with much thought, and consideration of every aspect. For this particular, I'm in that area every day. I walk that area. I have my family in that area. I ride my bike in that area. I drive in that area at all times. The traffic impacts there. As far as a first response situation, it is something that is a terrifying thought should an accident happen during that time, because not only could it be any of our families, it will be our families. It will be personal. And so this can't just be a sterile political, mathematical decision or conversation. We're talking about personal things that affect every one of our families. And so there are legal processes to address, but there are also personal things that we have to protect our families with. And so I think that my concerns are in line with everyone else's concerns right now.
Yeah. So I want to go back to, because thank you. I want to go back to the whole, I get what both of you are saying. I know that we have to be careful what we say. I do think the public needs to know what we're at risk without giving all of our full liabilities. And that's why I told the number that we're like up in 3 million. And I'm realistic that we did have people who sat here and said, do you see us? And that's something we have to consider all the time about finances and money. But one of the things we have to come back to is, in order to deny the project, we as a council, so I'm going to challenge all of you, if we're saying we would deny it, the project has a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards. And there is no feasible way to mitigate the impact other than denial or approval of lower density. So I want to ask the applicant, we've brought up some serious concerns. Now, second part of that question is, how can you tell us that you will be able to mitigate those concerns And if you want us to still consider moving the project forward, because right now I haven't seen anything in there as far as public safety, health and welfare, not just traffic. We're not just talking about people being inconvenienced and having too many cars on the streets. We're talking about potential for death and fatalities. And if you want to look at historically right now, recently, we've had fatalities near in the area. We've had accidents, traffic accidents. So this is not us just blowing smoke up your behinds. We've actually, in the last year, had a pedestrian die in a traffic accident from traffic issues in the city of Brentwood. So is there any way you can present to us ways you can tell us right now how you can mitigate the health and the public safety, the public health and safety concerns we've raised tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Pearson and Mayor and all council members. As far as the emergency vehicle circulation concern, this project has been reviewed by the city's fire department, and they don't have any concerns with the emergency response. And actually, this project has been reviewed by all city departments, relative for review, including Parks and Rec. On this, answer your question on the bigger park. So Parks and Rec has reviewed this, and I believe the preference is to go with the park configuration, park site configuration as proposed, because it would better serve the residents of Bridle Gate. However, if the council member prefers a bigger park, I mean, I think we need input from Parks and Rec. What is the impact of a single bigger park versus two smaller parks? How can we better serve the future residents?
So Parks and Rec to do 4 meeting and then come back to council for meeting 5. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, I'm saying that we have Parks and Rec right here, and,
Well, at the end of the day, it's not up to Parks and Rec because we can call anything they say out for review. So we're telling you we want one bigger park. So it doesn't matter what they say, because I call their items for review all the time when I'm not happy with what they do, Park and Recs or Planning Commission. So if we're telling you we want one big park, that's what we want.
Okay,
and we went to court over it.
We can do one bigger park. It's just
And that's my question is like, that's what we want. Why didn't you just come back with that the first time? We wanted traffic mitigation on San Jose. Why not just come back with that this time?
so during the site plan development process, we did not just develop a site plan in a vacuum. We worked with staff and in the lot configuration, the roadway network configuration, the park site configuration.
So you're saying that staff never told you we wanted 2 parks? I mean, 1 park instead of 2?
Not that I know of. And that's something I can reach out.
So did I hear you say you would be willing to create one big park?
We would be glad to create one bigger park. And however, that's not the way we designed the tentative map. And it's not too late. We can do a revision.
Yeah. Would you guys be willing to do the 2 entrances on Sand Creek?
Well, we are designing Sand Creek Road widening right now, and we can look at the feasibility of that. Keep in mind, Sand Creek Road, there's a steep grade drop, and so there's a limitation of what we can do as far as drivability. The reason why the intersection is where it is that is from an engineering perspective, that's a better place for intersection. It connects to the future commercial parcel and connects to Bridle Gate.
I think I understand that there would be challenges creating that, but I mean, Councilwoman Pearson was fantastic in explaining the traffic issues. And when I drive down San Jose during the day, we should have made that 2 lanes each way. It's not, it's only 1, and you can get stopped. I have been stopped on that street for 20 minutes, and I can't get through. So we need to figure something out. San Jose can't take it anymore. Unfortunately, it should have been wider from the get-go, but it's not. So now we're stuck with what we have, and we need to figure it out. And, she went through all of the safety concerns. There's the VMT concerns, the park concerns. So I don't know what to do because we only have 5 meetings.
Can
I completely understand your frustration. This project will not solve the existing traffic problems. It won't.
But it will make it worse in its current condition.
It's definitely going to add vehicle trips. I'll have to go back to your VMT question. So the way the VMT analysis is done in the county is using the CCTA model. And it's found in, you can actually download it for free. It's on the CCTA website. And there's a manual on how to do VMT analysis. And all traffic engineers in this county, they do it.
Yeah, but the other thing is when it comes to, when I looked at, you're significantly over at, like, at your current, at 27. And, they're saying, oh, you put in an intersection, it'll solve it. But nowhere do you tell me what the reforecasted VMT is with that intersection or anything. Like, there's a lot of data lacking from your report. And I need to see the data, and you didn't provide it. So I think I want to approve a project for 166 homes. I would not squawk. But because of the incremental homes, it's going to be a worse impact. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to figure out what we can do to not make things worse. Because we have to reduce VFT by 15%. That's the state mandate. Right now, we're not doing that.
Well, the VMT study is, it's one of the studies done under CEQA. And
it did not show where we would be with the new intersection. And that's why I asked to see what model you used. So maybe someone can email me the page and the number you use, because there's city, there's zip code, there's county. And the city one was not, the city one, was 25.9.
So we need to use the number from the CCTA model. The citywide VMT average is actually in the model itself. And the model contains different traffic zones within the entire county. There are several thousand.
Doesn't the bill state you use region? So here's the reason so for example, I could say my region is Contra Costa. Contra Costa is 23.1. You're never going to get a 23.1, right? It's saying this model says the city is 25.9.
So the city determines what to use. So the city of Brentwood determines it's going to use the citywide average. That's how we got the number, citywide average. And I think the traffic consultant, maybe the city's traffic consultant can explain how that works. It's 85% reduction of the citywide average. And that's what's in the VMT study in the EIR.
So when I look at 94513, it's 25.9. When I look at Brentwood, it's 26.4. So the numbers are not jiving right now. So I think that I just don't trust them right now, because I asked, and I was very clear to staff that they needed to do the work on VMT. I don't see it in the report, the source data, the website that you're saying. I know what I found online. And I don't see any analytics around the mitigation that you're going to do, what it's going to get me to. You're like, oh, we're going to do mitigation. Well, I don't know what that's going to get me to. It needs to get me to, according to here, to a 25.2, and you're saying I'm at a 27, but I have no data that says that your mitigation is going to get me to a 25.2. I still think the 29.6 is too high. I think we should be closer to 26. So as a city, this is a whole other thing, right? I mean, if we decide to deny it tonight, that's one of my points of denial, is that the VMT, there's no way we're going to get to 15% of the current city VMT. It was lacking from the CEQA report, the final VMT.
Okay. Perhaps the CEQA consultant can explain where.
It had to have been in the report.
Right.
So I think that, I don't know how much more you guys want to talk about this tonight, because I'm ready to make a motion.
I wanted to make a quick statement. We've pretty much all up here stated, we know there will be a project there. We know the land is owned by the Cinos. We know there's going to be a development that happens there. We are doing our due diligence and trying to get the best possible product. that's going to cause the least amount of impact, and especially on like the VMT, but also the public health and safety. I don't see how the fire department could have approved the turnaround with all of the additional information. I don't see the 2017 numbers and the 2020 study being as accurate for our current situation and usable as what we're hearing. And so I can't get past the safety issue. We know there's going to be a development here. This is something that's been discussed in a long time. We're trying to get the best, again, possible product, the safest product for the residents, and do the best we can to work with you on this and figure something out. So I just wanted to make sure that that good faith statement was out there from me. Thanks.
Joel? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if you were just looking for something.
No,
or-
I'm sitting here studying the applications maps, looking at the impacts, and
Okay.
so I'll
Just before a motion's made, I had one statement I wanted to make, and having listened to every single speaker that came up to the mic or that called in, I heard everything you said. I took notes on what you said. The majority was, please deny the project or the appeal for the grounds that, on the grounds that the Planning Commission denied the project. I looked at the Planning Commission's denial. I watched the meetings, and I don't necessarily think that we would be very successful using those denials in court. However, after listening to tonight on the dais, the public safety issue with the traffic and the ability for emergency vehicles to be able to move through Shadow Lakes or up and down San Jose, it does create a safety concern for a person that lived his life in law enforcement. So it does create a safety concern for me. Listening to our public speakers and an expert on parks that has spent her entire life dedicated to making sure the park system is what we want it to be, says we would be much better served by one park as opposed to two small ones. And I'm pretty sure you guys were told that at a planning commission meeting, not by Parks and Rec, not by anybody on staff, but I'm pretty sure that in the planning commission meeting that I've watched way too many times, they have mentioned once or twice that we would like one bigger park, but you keep coming back with two parks. It makes me the very suspicious person of, are you going to continue to bring items before us that you know we don't want so we can get to meeting 5 and then we have to approve your project? It's frustrating to sit here and listen to you tell me I didn't know when I watched you being told. So I'm having a hard time. If I was to sit up here when I first walked onto the dais tonight, I believe that the council uses the reasons to deny the planning commission that the planning commission used, we would not be successful in court. That no longer holds true to me. So I'm a little bit, yeah, the curveball in the middle probably didn't help much either. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, do we have any further conversation regarding this?
I'm sorry, should we ask the chief of police sitting up here, one of our emergency response people, if the traffic up on San Jose, the traffic in Shadow Lakes, the response times, I mean, we don't have a fire department guy here, but we got the chief of police that may have been here a couple years or so.
I can tell you that in my 33 years in law enforcement, school pickup and drop off is a nightmare in any city. And particularly the Shadow Lakes area, is congested during those hours. We have residents that live further away. They want to get their kids to school. 5 minutes one way or the other could make a difference in 15, 20 minutes of getting your kids to school. So they will take the path of least resistance. No matter what we do, they will find the path that gets their kids to school 5 minutes sooner than the day before. So, and with all the advancements in technologies with Waze and all the mapping apps, they will map the shortest route, even if it's by 2 minutes, in their opinion. As far as if there's an emergency and we need to get through traffic, our cars are a little bit smaller. Our lights do give us some rights to drive on the wrong side of the road if necessary. But depending on the type of emergency, and the congestion could delay responses, yes.
And in that area, traffic is not like water. Traffic is like, just wanted to say that again. Like quicksand.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to deny the application for the Bridle Gate project on a few different reasons. The first one is public safety. The second one is insufficient reduction of VMT. The third one is the park. We would prefer one park versus two. The next one is poor circulation. And we talked about the two exits on Sand Creek and closing off San Jose. The next one is our municipal code that specifically states 166 homes. The next one is the deterioration of the ridge lines.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
You can make a friendly amendment.
I would add that it is inconsistent with our general plan as it pertains to circulation.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yes, and all these are referenced back to the general plan. Well, no, the zoning was in the house count was in the municipal code. The ridge lines is in the general plan. And I think they removed the 3-story buildings, right? Yeah, so that wasn't one. Is there anything I am missing? Oh, noise, concern of noise. On that side on the west side of the development. And I think that was it.
I want to make another friendly amendment. I would like to remove the park size. The applicant did say tonight they would be willing to amend to make a larger park.
I think it was more that they would look at it.
They would
No,
look at, I don't know if they said they would
He
really.
said he would look at one, but he actually said they would actually do a bigger park, so. I mean,
Well,
anyway.
yeah, I mean, but we can leave it. I mean, because I think that to do one park, you have to redo the whole development because you're going to have to move a bunch of houses. So it changes the whole project. So,
One quick question for you, Councilmember.
yes.
Affordable housing placement currently is a bit clustered. I'm a little unsure about where that comes in the process.
I didn't like the clustering, but
Yeah.
I mean, what?
That's not.
But that's not, I wouldn't put that as a reason for denial. They provided it per our code.
So it's more like a condition of approval to have that before we make a decision, kind of.
Well, if we're denying it, then,
True.
you know,
Okay.
there's no point of even talking about the
Okay.
location. So those would be my reasons for denial.
Kitty?
So just before you move to a vote on that or looking for a second on that, just so the council understands what would happen next, if the council is inclined to go this direction, before you take a vote, it would be helpful to walk through the attachment 2 to the staff report, which is the denial resolution. So you could instruct staff on how you wanted that denial resolution to be populated. Staff would then take that resolution in your direction back and actually, I don't have the PDF page. I don't use the PDFs. It's attached, it's the second attachment. It's the resolution.
Page 57
Oh,
of
there we
the
go.
PDF.
Page 3.
He wants to go through each of these?
Well, so you've mentioned a number of different aspects. Some of those fit in some categories, and others don't. So we just need to know what you actually want in this resolution so that we can bring it back to you at a future meeting and have you be in a position to be able to take action on it, because that will be meeting 4 at that point. And
Okay,
we don't
so
want to.
can we, so you heard which ones we want. Can you tell us where we should put all of those? So like, for example, the public safety, where would you put that? Like that is, I mean, I'm giving you the list and then you can figure out where you would like to put them. That's how we did it last time.
Yeah, so the challenge is that I don't want to put words in your mouth with some of these things. My understanding, for example, for the public safety thing.
It's number 6.
Okay,
The design of the subdivision or type of improvement is not likely, is likely to cause serious public health problems. So it is likely to cause serious health. Am I in the right one for the denial?
yes.
Yes. The design of the subdivision is likely to cause serious public health problems in that, and this is where we talked about everything I said about in
Yeah,
that
everything
it
Pat finished.
increases traffic congestion on San Jose, St. Regis, and Country Club, and American,
And Presidio.
and
Oh, especially
Presidio
where it's thin.
during high trafficked time periods where there is a large amount of children and families who are traveling to get to and from their residence and their school.
And
It
then,
also precludes during those high trafficked times that I stated earlier, Monday through Tuesday, Thursday through Friday, for drop-off and pickups for 2 different schools, for 2 different districts. Well, actually, 3 different schools. Thank you. 3 different schools for 3 different districts.
Well, it's
It
actually
will-
4. It's Loma Vista, Cray, Adams, and Heritage.
They're giving you more schools, 4
4
different schools at different pickup times. It reduces the ability of safety vehicles, which would possibly include police, fire, and paramedics, to arrive at scenes of an accident, fatality, or any other traffic accidents or other public medical emergencies, right? We are a community that has a high population, a high senior population. Yep, thank you. Highest in the East County. Thank you to my fellow member on that committee.
so staff will insert that into subsection A. You had also tied that concern to particular general plan policies. I think general plan policy SA 3-3, which requires, quote, keep emergency access routes free of traffic impediments, end quote, and policy SA 3-5, which provides, quote, ensure that all areas of the city are accessible to emergency response providers.
So that finding would fall under number 2 that says the design or improvement of the proposed subdivision is not consistent with community development plan and any applicable specific plans. The project site is not within any applicable specific plan area. That design and improvement of the proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan in that it violates all of the code sections, all of the sections that Katie just read off. I don't know if you want to repeat those, Katie.
No, I think if you're comfortable with that, that's fine. All right, and then
Number 4, the site is not physically suitable for the proposed density of development, as the density would require a larger park. I think that came up for you all.
Yeah, well, it's, I almost think we should go up to number. The proposed vesting tentative subdivision map is inconsistent with the Brentwood Municipal Code and that the project does not conform to a maximum of 166 homes.
That's a different one than I was talking about.
Oh.
But go ahead, yep. if you want to use that one.
So if your direction is that this list that was read by the maker of the motion, which was tied explicitly to general plan inconsistencies, with the exception of the maximum unit count, which was found in the zoning ordinance. Having made that clarification, staff could plug this in where applicable and bring it back to you for further consideration at another meeting. Since you have concluded the public hearing, I don't believe that we would have to reopen it, so this item could come back not as a public hearing item, which means it would not be renoticed because it's noticed as a public hearing item, but we'll double check on that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else at this point that we need. Alexis, any thoughts?
No, I think typically if it's not a public hearing, it was brought back, it would be on consent. So that's the will of the council. It would be likely on consent at that next meeting that we can bring.
And just so we're clarifying, so we have the general plan standards, we have the zoning, including your concerns about the sub-area consistency that you talked about tonight. So we would capture all of that from the remarks that you've provided. Is that correct? Correct. Okay.
Yes, thank you. So I made a motion.
We didn't need to clarify the placement of any of the other list items? Okay.
Well, now that it's been clarified what those are, we'll put them in the right spots for you to verify when we bring this back to you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. I will second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. I want to make sure we all know exactly what a yay and a nay means in this. A yay is, if you could.
So the motion that has been made is to uphold the Planning Commission's denial, but on the basis of the findings that the City Council has dictated to staff tonight, with the understanding that staff will take that dictation and plug it into the resolution for your review, consideration, and approval at a further meeting.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second, or is everyone clear on what this vote?
So yes, we
Yes.
approve of that.
Correct. Okay. Just making sure. We've had concerns in the past, so I want to make sure everyone knows exactly what we're voting for. We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The item moves. Moving into item G1. This item is a presentation of an inclusive and adaptive recreation update and direction from City Council. And Tien will be presenting.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Tien Nguyen, Recreation Manager. I'll be assisting and presenting tonight's item with our Recreation Supervisor, Lindsay Pinnell. So to start on tonight's item, did want to provide some background for City Council's consideration. Tonight's presentation is a culmination of work by many people, lots of collaboration, feedback, and research from a range of sources and organizations, and has spanned many years to get us to this point. highlighted here are a number of initiatives and meetings and points that we've had, so I'll quickly try to highlight them for council. Back in 2019, the City of Brentwood's Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan was updated. This was approved by City Council. Some highlights from this master plan included continuing to provide opportunities for individuals with disabilities to participate in inclusive programs, expand inclusion programming to allow participants the opportunity for more hands-on job training, and explore potential cooperative agreements with agencies to provide programming opportunities. Following approval of this master plan report, City Council did add City Council strategic initiatives, fiscal year 2020 to 2021 to currently, and that included a focus area 5, which talked about increasing programming for seniors, youths, and teens, and implementing adaptive recreation. In 2022, city staff did release an RFP to look at someone assessing the current programs, equipment, and city offerings that was awarded to More Recreation Therapy and Consulting, Inc. In 2023, city staff followed up that report and did an inventory of their programs, facilities, and equipment because there was an update following that. Also in 2023, city staff did come back with updated information for City Council that included trainings and programs that city staff had implemented, establishment of webpage with resources, City Council's adaptive and inclusive statement, and city staff did reach out to organizations, agencies, and other municipalities researching adaptive inclusive recreation. There are a number of other things that City Council directed staff to do and provided feedback on, and a more complete narrative and information on that direction is in Attachment 2 and Attachment 3 of tonight's staff report. Also in 2004, the City Council formed an Aging and Disability-Friendly Communities Ad Hoc Committee. That committee consists of Vice Mayor Meyer and City Council Member Pearson, who provided valuable feedback and input to city staff, as well as connect with stakeholders at an ad hoc community meeting in June of 2024. Not listed here, not listed in the staff report, but I thought it would be relevant to mention. We also did receive recently a matrix consulting assessment of the Recreation Division as well as the department. And within that assessment, there was also a mention and recommendation to pursue adaptive recreation programming and partnerships. So in tonight's presentation, we'll be presenting a number of options for City Council to consider to further our adaptive recreation programming offerings. I did want to provide a little bit of an overview to aid with discussion and conversations. I did want to remind the community that the Parks and Recreation Department has existing programs that are inclusive, and we do offer and provide reasonable accommodations for those who inquire about those programs. We do also work with Be Exceptional, for a number of programs that they offer that are adaptive and inclusive. And as mentioned prior, we are looking to expand our adaptive offerings. Similar to our recreational programming, adaptive and inclusive recreation programming is dynamic, continuously evolving, improving, and we want to make sure when we do our practices, we're doing the best practices. It's important to acknowledge that our goal is not to reach a point where we say we have adaptive programming, but instead be on a continuous journey to be consistent and continuously providing those adaptive offerings. Finally, as mentioned on the staff report, there's been a lot of work and a lot of progress in this area in the last couple of years. Tonight, our focus is on a cost analysis for adaptive programs, and we feel like that's where we're at right now as far as next steps in this strategic initiative. With that, I'll hand it off to Lindsay Pennell, Recreation Supervisor, who will present research, program focuses, and adaptive recreation options for Council's consideration.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm Lindsay Pennell, Recreation Supervisor. As Tian said, I'll be going over our findings from researching the cost analysis of hiring an outside agency to come in and provide adaptive programming for the city versus the department hiring staffing inside to program. We found that in our area, there's not one company that can contract with what will come in, that they will come in and provide a complete adaptive program that would do a work experience program as well as programming for youth through seniors, and that would include the staffing and the supplies to run it for us. Last month, we reached back out to More Recreation and Therapy Consultants, and they gave us an estimate to contract with the department to design some adaptive programs. It would be a total of at least $16,000 for one adaptive class. And we would still have to run, and we'd have to hire staff to run the program and provide any programming supplies. If we would like to add any more adaptive programming classes to that, it would be $12,000 per class for them to help us design it and train our staff. On our next slide, we have a table that shows a summary of 3 options that the city staff designed for an in-house adaptive program. As an alternative to working with an outside contractor to build programming, City Council could instead direct staff to develop and implement adaptive recreational programming in-house with the allocation of additional resources. You can find the full table of options in attachment 4 in the staff report. To begin, staff is proposing that the in-house adaptive program will fall under an existing recreation supervisor, myself. The table provides a comparison of the 3 programs based on duration of startup, staffing, in addition to the recreation supervisor, and sample programs and cost. So option 1 has the least requirements. It can be implemented within 6 months of receiving funding, and it offers basic programming features for teens and young adults to include a work experience program continuing a partnership with Be Exceptional, maintaining our adaptive webpage, and partnering with the Care Parent Network to offer more resources to our families in Brentwood. We are asking for 1 recreation leader, 3 to assist in running these programs. This option specifically addresses many recommendations mentioned in the Parks Master Plan as well as the Matrix Consulting Survey. This option also has the potential to partner with local organizations that specialize in work preparation and possibly partner with the local high school district. Option 2 is more expensive but offers programming for youth to seniors. Will take about 6 to 12 months after receiving funding to implement and offers all of the programming in option 1. However, option 2 will add more contracted adaptive classes, monthly social activities, and the exploration of becoming a preferred vendor with the Regional Center for the East Bay and working with the Department of Rehabilitation on funding for the Work Experience Program. The staffing ask is 1 full-time recreation coordinator. This option reflects what other cities have in their programming offerings and the staff and resource levels that they have as well for these programs. Similar to option 1 being highlighted by a work experience program, this option includes work experience, but also expands into monthly social activities that they can enjoy and attend local events, trips around town for our participants. It's also, we're going to note that option 2 was the recommendation from the ad hoc committee. Option 3 is the most expensive and has a longer duration of implementation, 1 to 2 years after the receipt of funding, but has a wider range of programming offerings for ages youth through seniors, grant writing, sponsorship opportunities, in addition to the offerings included in options 1 and 2. The staffing ask would be a hiring of 1 full-time coordinator as well as one-time recreation leader 3. This option ties in the other 2 options, but it also recognizes the need to explore alternative revenue streams that would make the program sustainable. Of course, with new program offerings, there will be registration and fees, but this option will look to seek additional financial partners to not only deliver programs, but to strive to make them affordable, financially accessible to all Brentwood residents. This option also looks at collaboration and opportunities to be multi-generational in the programming. In all 3 options, we are asking for funding to have the recreation supervisor or recreation coordinator become a certified therapeutic recreation specialist, which would provide the city with a staff member in-house that has the extensive knowledge and skill-based training to enhance quality of care, multifunctional and diversified skill base to reach a wider spectrum of customers, be trained in group-oriented processes to enhance the cost effectiveness and efficiencies in service delivery, and will be trained in assessment, planning, and implementation, documentation, and the evaluation of existing and future adaptive programming. This description should help in evaluating which program best fits council's interests based on your priorities such as cost, time, commitment, and additional benefits. I'll now pass the presentation back to Tian to go over the recommendations. Thank you.
So with that, staff is recommending City Council receive and discuss this report. City staff is seeking direction from City Council on how to continue with the adaptive recreation strategic initiatives, as well as the options presented tonight. City Council can consider selecting an option presented tonight, modify the options presented, select none of the options, or direct staff to come back with more information. With that, this concludes our staff report and we're available for questions.
Any clarifying questions of staff?
I have one question. I know there's a program in town that does kind of a little bit of this work when it comes to a work program. Did you talk to them when you did this research? I think it's working wonders, yeah.
Correct. Council Member Mendoza, we did, as mentioned a little bit earlier in the staff report, we did a little bit more research, reaching out to different organizations. We did some preliminary inquiries about, what that partnership would look like, and that's how we put together some of the costs of a program, specifically a work experience program. Part of my hesitation in attaching myself to Working Wonders, their exceptional program, we did want to try to go out to RFP if provided the resources. So I don't want to put them or us in a difficult situation. Part of the idea and kind of what we mentioned was that adaptive recreation's continuously changing. It's something that's at the forefront of a lot of parks and recreation departments and programs, and we want to make sure we cast a wide net on what some of our contractors or partners may be. So again, not to scroll on that question, Councilmember Mendoza, but that we did work with different organizations to put together some of the numbers we presented tonight.
Okay, thank you.
But Parks and Rec did, Working Wonders did come when we had our meeting. So just to add on, the director, I believe, of Working Wonders came in when we had our meeting. So the Age and Disabilities Committee, as well as the Parks and Rec, did take into consideration any type of suggestions and advisory in an advisory capacity from Working Wonders. So yes.
Correct, Councilmember Pearson, and that was mentioned, that ad hoc committee did have that community meeting where we had a good amount of different organizations and stakeholders involved in that.
Be Exceptional was here as well.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further clarifying questions of staff? If not, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks limited to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after your timer has expired. And we received no written public comments for this. I do have 2 speaker cards. I'll call on Joey Oso, followed by Linda.
Hello. I appreciate working with the city of Brentwood. I am a director at Be Exceptional. We've been doing adaptive rec we've been working with you guys since 2021, providing classes through the Parks and Rec, and we really do appreciate working with you guys. We would like to continue working with the city of Brentwood in any fashion. But we do have experience in this. It's not an easy job to do what we do, provide these services to these people. It takes a lot of training, a lot of dedication. It's a lot of work. We put a lot of care. The people that we pair up with these people, we make sure that they are, caring individuals. We've established a program that works. We serve ages 1 all the way. We have seniors in our programs. So we do the work that you're looking to do. We want to partner with you. We want to work with you, whatever way it's possible. We do the work. That's it, I guess. Yeah. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you, all of you, for being here tonight. Thank you for having us. To top on what Joey said, yes, we have been working with the city, Parks and Rec, since 2021. We are at the Brentwood Community Center 1 day a week right now. We have the capacity, the students, the staff, trained staff. We have therapists, RBTs, ABAs on board. We deal with everyone, like Joey said. We actually start at birth with our parent and me classes all the way up to senior citizens. We go all over the area to the local schools. I do go to Working Wonders to teach their exercise program. So we go all over. We do art, music, social skills, dance, cheerleading. Joey runs a skateboarding program. We do life skills training, karate, you name it, we have it. If we don't have it, we find a way to do it. So, you know, we're doing this 6 days a week from I left and came straight here. So all day, but we appreciate, we appreciate getting to use the city facilities, We do our 5 dances a year, and all of our programs are free. So we provide the training, the staff, and you know, we rely on the donations. So we do our 5 big dances. I encourage all of you to come out and see what we do. This weekend we had about 500 people here in the park for our Exceptional Fest we put on. We had students from ages 1 all the way up to our seniors, inclusion-based and adaptive programming. We have students who have severe behavior issues. We have one-on-ones provided for them, but they were able to participate in the program, in the dance recital, you know, everything that everybody does. We coach Special Olympics basketball, skateboarding, sports, you name it. We want the students to have the same opportunity as everyone else. And we appreciate that the city, you know, is here to let us work with you guys. And thank you very much. And, you know, come out to the community center October 11th and see our Halloween dance. You will never have as much fun with these students. So thank you again.
Could I ask that you send that invitation to the city clerk so we all get that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can drop by on Wednesdays. We're here every Wednesday.
I have no additional speaker cards and there's no hands raised.
Okay, this time we'll close public comments, move into council discussion. Vice Mayor.
I'm just going to jump in. This was a very exciting report for Councilmember Pearson and me to review and hear from staff. And thank you for that. That report was fantastic, and the presentation tonight as well. This is something that has been waiting a long time in the city. People have been asking for this for a very long time. We love the partners that we work with and the resources that are available through those partners, but we have a need to go a little bit beyond as far as what we can offer, how we can adapt what we currently have available. This is all a matter of like the marketing and the representation and all of the other things that are all part of what this ad hoc stands for. So it isn't just a matter of making one hire. This is a really big part of planning that's been a long time in the works that we're putting a little bit more attention into now to make the city more adaptive and inclusive and all those really wonderful things that we like to talk about. So I'm happy about this. I do want to say, recognizing that we are in the middle of labor negotiations and any big spends are being looked at in a very sensitive fashion right now, I don't know that we need to immediately put this into the budget as much as start working toward maybe the mid-year budget, looking at it then. I don't want to wait forever for this. I don't want this on the back burner forever, but I also know that right now there's a lot of attention on what is being invested in.
And I think there are some things that we can do without it fully being funded. So I would agree to put it at the mid-year budget. I'm excited, and I want to say thank you to Tien and Lindsay and Bruce. I appreciate it. And Lindsay, you are Jim. Thank you so much. Everything was phenomenal, even in our Age and Disabilities Committee meeting. Just phenomenal. So thank you so much. And our recommendation was option 2. We thought that that was fairly reasonable, and it doesn't mean we want to get rid of our partnerships with other people, like you said. It just means we want to increase our offerings. So, yeah.
I wanted to mention something too that I think we talked about in the meeting, and it hasn't been really mentioned, what a game changer it would be for us to partner with the Regional Center of the East Bay and the Department of Rehabilitation, and what additional resources would be available to our residents if we did those things. And that was one of the bigger drivers for us looking at option 2, is to really look at what that would bring to us and how it would strengthen this program overall and what we have to offer. Sorry to interrupt.
I just want to say this is fantastic. We've seen our parks and recs grow so much, and I appreciate all the stretching that you all have done because this is fantastic. I appreciate all the work that you do out there. I appreciate everything Working Wonders does, and I just think this is just more good stuff. So thank you for spending your time, all of you, on all of this. I think it's fantastic, and I know we're putting it, a little bit on hold until mid-year budget, but I think that it'll be fantastic to be able to move forward then.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the Inclusive and Adaptive Recreation Update Report and provide direction to staff to bring this budget item back mid-budget cycle so that we can take a deeper dive into the impacts, the financial impacts. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, option 2 as recommended by the ad hoc committee. Thank you for that.
We have first,
I second that.
a second, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it moves. Moving into item G3. This item is regarding temporary pickleball courts at Pioneer Park. And Bruce Moulter, Parks and Recreation Director, will present. Bruce.
Good evening once again, Mayor and council members. So this item originated from one of our Park and Rec commissioners who brought this forward to the Park and Rec Commission, and they made a recommendation to move this forward as a pilot program for pickleball courts lines at Pioneer Park. So Pioneer Park currently has a full court basketball court, and it's one that's not used as much as other basketball courts because Pioneer Park is located in an area where we have mainly active seniors. And at the time when this was moving forward, we had a lot of discussion with LMC, and LMC really pushed basketball. They really wanted a basketball court there, so that's how that basketball court was put on. So what the Park and Rec Commission has recommended is we also line that basketball court for 2 pickleball courts. Before we had pickleball courts at Creekside, we had a pilot program there where we had temporary pickleball courts. So we already have the nets, we already have the storage box, and the idea is that we will put that storage there, we will have the temporary nets, and we will come up with certain times of the day when it will be for pickleball, and we will, it'll be a pilot program, so we will evaluate it as it moves forward and see what kind of response we get to it. So it's something we already did. It's how we started at Creekside Park with pickleball. So it's a recommendation from the Park and Rec Commission to try this, see if it works. We know pickleball has been very well received and it's a popular recreation activity. So the Park and Rec Commission has recommended that we give it a try at Pioneer and see how it works. So if it's approved this evening, it does have a really nominal cost. I think it was like $650, so that can be absorbed in the budget. If approved this evening, we will go back to the Park and Rec Commission and determine what those hours are, and we'll create some signage and put that program together on a pilot program to see how it works. So that's my presentation, and I'm available if you have questions.
Any clarifying questions of staff? Bruce, did you talk to the Golden Years Warriors about taking some of their potential playing time from basketball away?
I haven't.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that the Golden State, got the Golden Years, we got Golden everywhere around here. Okay, at this time, I think Golden Eagles, sure. At this time, we'll open public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're on Zoom, raise your hand to speak under public comment. If you're in person, file a speaker card. We'll take public comments from the chambers, then Zoom. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item and receive no written public comments. I have 1 speaker card. Melissa?
Big crowd. Thank you again. I would just like to make it brief and say that I am in support of temporary pickleball courts, temporary being the key word. More and more people are asking, again, what is there in the city for our youth to do? And there is a large contingency of youth in the city that play basketball. I know because I've coached a bunch of them. The more we take away the spaces that our youth can go and recreate constructively, the more we're going to see them recreating destructively. We already have large issues with kids on bikes in streets, harassing drivers, etc. Kids vandalizing City Hall, which I know we just repainted. And so I understand pickleball is all the rage and people want spaces. I know that we put the money to put in new parks, new pickleball courts at Creekside, which is great. But for every new pickleball court going in, where's a new basketball court happening? Where is something that youth could go outside and do and be active? So I would urge that, yes, temporary is fine as long as the basketball courts are still usable. It would be a huge disservice to the youth of our city to remove yet another basketball court. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no additional speaker cards and no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we close public comments, move into council discussion.
I'm glad it's not near houses. There was just an article today about pickleball courts near houses actually reduce your property value. So I'm glad it's not near houses. And I have to say that I agree with Melissa. We just need to be cautious because I've gotten a lot of feedback that we took away the basketball court from Creekside and a lot of people aren't happy. And actually someone just called and said, could we take the half court that's left and the tennis court? And it's just, we can't take everything away for pickleball. I just don't think that would be fair. So we're not taking away the basketball court. We're just drawing the lines. And again, I'm glad it's not right close to houses. And I'm hoping that they say the parking will be adequate, but we've seen a lot of parking issues at the Creekside one. So I'm hoping that it stays adequate.
So question, we do hear a lot about kids waiting to play basketball. And I'm wondering, because of Pioneer's location, can we do a little bit more public announcements, marketing to make sure that kids know the basketball court there is usable and accessible to them? Because I kind of don't think a lot of people know that that's there.
Yeah, we can do that. It is a beautiful basketball court, and it is not our intent to take away from basketball at all by just painting lines on the court and finding some time for the pickleballers. One thing we will look at when we look at the schedule as well, pickleball might be more of a morning activity where basketball might be more afternoon, evening. So we will try to coordinate, the maximum use of those courts for both basketball and pickleball. So yes, we can, when we put this out, we can promote both.
And we can certainly take a look at the scheduling if it becomes a problem and the pickleball players completely take over.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a pilot program, so
Yeah.
it's not our intent to replace the use of basketball in those courts at all.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
I know we've already talked about, I'm glad they're further away from houses than Creekside, but how far away from the houses are they?
I think it's much more than 1,000 feet, so it's a considerable distance farther than what we have at Creekside.
Okay. And we control the times of play by access to that lockbox, correct?
Yeah, we will schedule hours and we will figure out a program to where we can work with that access for the time for pickleball.
Thanks.
Who will regulate if there's ever a dispute? Is that going to be the police department? And congratulations, Chief, you just got a new baby.
Okay, is there any further, is that a question that needed, okay. Okay. Any further comments on this? If not, do we have a motion?
As presented in the staff report, approve the recommendation of the Park and Rec Commission and direct staff to stripe 2 pickleball courts and other improvements for a pilot pickleball program at Pioneer Park.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. The item moves. Item G4. This item is a review of the City Council Commission and Commission process for public comments. And Darren Gale, the Assistant City
Before
Manager.
Derek goes there, can I ask a question? It is now 11:37, and this is a hot topic that I think a considerable amount of people had come to make public comment about that are no longer on Zoom anymore, and they might be on Zoom. I would ask council, I know this is one of the hot topics that's important that we hear people come for a public comment about all the time. I would ask if we can move this to the next continue it to council, the next council meeting. I'm kind of delirious, I'm sorry.
I would be fine with continuing the rest of the agenda.
I would second it if that was a motion.
Sorry, I would be fine with that too.
Yeah, I'm fine with, I would rather move forward with the current, but if the consensus is to skip it, that's fine.
Are we continuing everything? I'm fine with
I
continuing.
would ask to continue everything. It's
Me
almost-
too.
Staff?
Yeah, I don't think any of those are time sensitive, so they can certainly be moved forward. It may have a trickle effect of some other items planned for the next meeting, but we can figure that out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the consensus then is to continue the remainder of the agenda.
Yep.
Can I make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Mayor? Are you asking for that motion?
I'm not yet.
Can we just get a quick vote on continuing items G4 and I1, 2, and 3 to future agendas?
Aye.
Do we have a motion? Yes?
Aye.
And we have,
Yes.
so I need a motion and a vote.
I make a motion to continue items G4 and I1, 2, and 3 to the next council meeting.
And I'll second that.
First and
To the
second.
next available council meeting. Is that what the head nods are? Okay, thank you.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Before I ask for a motion to adjournment, oftentimes we adjourn in honor of someone who has been tremendously impactful to our community, who is no longer living. Tonight, I want to,
Are you saying you're dead?
tonight,
Oh my God.
tonight,
But it's almost like that. It feels like.
while it's still tonight and not in the morning, I want to adjourn in honor of Margaret Wimberly, who is one of the finest people I have ever met. And thank you so much for enriching our lives the way you do and have, and will continue to do from a distance. We appreciate you more than words can say. And with that, do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion to adjourn in honor of the living Margaret Wimberly.
The living legend.
The living legend. We have a first. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.